Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me fucked up, let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll bleed on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me fucked up, let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll bleed on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you gon' wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I don't fucking take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll bleed on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you gon' wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me fucked up, let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll bleed on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty.
Welcome to Case by Case to the Delphi Marathon. For the next 4 days, we're going back to the beginning, back to a small Indiana town, back to February of 2017, back to two young girls named Abigail Williams and Liberty German. On February 13th, 2017, Abby and Libby went out for what should have been an ordinary afternoon at the trails near the Monon High Bridge in Delphi, Indiana. They never came home. The following day, their bodies were found, and from that moment forward, Delphi would never be the same. What began as the investigation into the murders of two children became one of the most debated, complicated, and polarizing criminal cases in America. Because beneath the headlines, beneath the press conferences, beneath the sketches, photographs, search warrants, and courtroom arguments, there are questions that have never completely gone away. Who was really on those trails that afternoon? When did they arrive? When did they leave? Which witness was where and at what time? What does the digital evidence actually tell us? And perhaps the biggest question of all, what happened after 2:13 p.m.? We have a video, we have audio, we have phone records, we have Apple Health data, we have photographs, witness statements, surveillance cameras, cell phone evidence, and years of investigative records. Yet there remains a period of time after that final known activity where the complete sequence of events has never been satisfactorily reconstructed for the public. And the contradictions did not end on February 13th. They multiplied. Witness timelines changed. Descriptions changed. Memories changed. Accounts from investigators, witnesses, and members of the family have not always fit neatly together. Evidence that should have answered questions sometimes created entirely new ones. Approximately the first 70 days of recorded investigative interviews were later reported missing or unavailable. The case passed through two elected prosecutors. Years went by. One anniversary became two became three became five. From February 13th, 2017 until Richard Allen's arrest on October 26, 2022, 5 years, 8 months, and 13 days had passed. 2,081 days. For more than 2,000 days, the public was asked to wait. Wait for an arrest, wait for answers, wait for investigators to explain how all of the pieces fit together. Then came Richard Allen, a Delphi resident who had spoken with investigators in 2017, a man whose name had not been publicly associated with the investigation for more than 5 years. Suddenly, he was accused of murdering Abby and Libby, and almost overnight, one mystery appeared to have an answer, but an arrest does not erase unanswered questions. A prosecution does not eliminate contradictions, and a conviction does not mean that the public should stop examining the evidence. In America, justice is supposed to demand something more than certainty based on repetition. It demands evidence, it demands transparency, it demands that investigators, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and courts be held to the same standard we expect when someone's freedom and the truth about the deaths of 2 children are at stake. This marathon is not about forgetting Abby and Libby while arguing about Richard Allen. It is precisely the opposite. Abby and Libby deserve the correct story of what happened to them. Their families deserve the correct story. And the community of Delphi deserves the correct story. And if Richard Allen is responsible, the evidence should be able to withstand the closest examination imaginable. But if the investigation was flawed, if important evidence was lost, if witnesses contradicted one another, if timelines do not reconcile, if potentially significant suspects or evidence were discounted, or if the wrong conclusions were drawn, then those questions cannot simply be buried because a verdict has been returned. Real justice does not fear scrutiny. Real justice survives it.
God, I'm always muted. Good morning. Welcome to Case by Case. We've made it. Day 4 of the Delphi Marathon. And to be honest, we could probably go another 4 days, but we're not at this moment. Good morning, Quester.
Good morning, Amy, and everyone else, sir. Back again, aren't we?
We are. Did you get a good night's rest?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Enough.
I did not. So once again, I went in and laid down. I didn't feel great. Watched TV, tried to fall asleep, didn't happen. Came in here, got the laptop, and was emailing Quester or messaging Quester and someone else at 3 o'clock in the morning. So you can't look away. Can't look away. But today is the last day of the marathon, and I have so much for this episode. I'm going to try really hard to keep it streamlined. And I have a presentation. I have a lot of, literally probably 20 documents that we could go over. So I have the maximum loaded that I can load. And Quester, you sent emails with all of our Vault Odin stuff that's on my old computer. So if we're in the middle of a conversation and there's a specific doc you want, let me know and I'll go grab it because they're in the background. But today we are discussing our, I guess you would call it the third-party suspects. That was the most contentious, I believe, in this case during pretrial motions and the trial. And that would be the Odin theory. That would consist of people who are part of organizations like white supremacist groups. We're going to talk about the Vinlanders. We're going to talk about the Asa True Religion. And we're going to I want to start at the beginning of how this kind of unfolded. Pretty much from the side of the defense, because the defense were the ones who were pursuing it. The state actually originally started out the investigation against Rick Allen, pursuing this angle. In fact, they were investigating Brad Holder and his son the very week the girls were found. Immediately he was a suspect. So then the state tried to backwalk it, and by the time it got to trial, and they're trying to now change again their theory and their narrative. They're trying to hide the fact that they spent an extreme amount of time investigating this themselves. And when I say they tried to hide it, they didn't hand over a file and say, okay, here's our Odinism theory and what we did in conjunction with that investigation. They literally withheld, misfiled, and drug their feet on providing explanations and getting information out. And this is one of the big parts of the investigation that was affected by the 70-day loss of recorded interviews. because all of these people associated with this case in this group of third-party suspects were originally interviewed within those first 70 days. So, Quester, do you have anything you want to add about, because first of all, Quester's the man. Can you really quick explain a little bit of your background in this theology?
Oh,
they understand why I will defer to you a lot.
Yeah, one of my first lives, if you want to call it that, I was studying theology and divinity. Went to uni, got some pretty decent qualifications in them, up to the right to teach in divinity, and and moved on from there. It was after that I went into MOD and engineering and so on. But part of the theology and divinity required study of other religions, ideologies, etc. Does that give a good outline?
Perfect. It just kind of gives everybody an idea that, I've had to learn about this practice, and I'm still not there because there's so many variations of it. So I'm going to keep that somewhat. I'm not going to expand on the Asatru and all of the different avenues. We will discuss as it relates to this case, the runes, the bind runes, and all of that. That is very clearly abundant in this case. I mean, the defense had they had called Dr. Perlmutter in as a expert in this area, sacrificial killings, so to speak. And she was very much convinced that this crime was related to this Odinist sacrificial type event that Abby and Libby went through. And again, we're just going to lay out the facts, and we're going to show you the information that ultimately the world was shocked when, for so many years, we had nothing in this case. We had no cause of death. We didn't know how the girls were unalived, what their wounds were, the crime scene. We knew that there was something odd. And if you believe all of the people who have been around this case for years, if you believe Robert Ives literally did an interview and stated that there were non-secular pieces to this crime, that he walked back, and ultimately his interview with that statement has been scrubbed from the internet. But he did say it. He is also the one who said that there were 3 signatures. So, this is very much a real thing, and you guys can decide for yourself, which, is this stronger than the Ron Logan aspect of the case? Is it stronger than the drug revenge theory? This right here, all of this information was put into what is called a Frank's motion. And when that came out, I mean, literally people were floored. It was like 135 pages, and it literally it took all of these things that the defense had discovered and put it into this document. And it was unreal, and it was heartbreaking and shocking that they were laying the groundwork for this case going into their defense for Richard Allen. Some people called it BS. People thought it was a joke. People thought it was something the defense made up. However, again, this evidence, this investigation originated on the state side years before the defense team was ever brought in to the case. Michael Osbrook says the FBI BAU was into an undoing and unconvinced about Odinism. People who leave symbols leave clear symbols. These were not clear at all. Yeah, you have
I would agree with him.
Yes.
From my knowledge of it, those symbols, they were Odinistic of a type, of a style, but it was sloppy.
Mm-hmm.
It was if you got your Penguin book on how to go Odinisting and copied out of paper. And there were you could tie a very good story around it, but it kept coming back to me that they weren't perfect, they weren't right, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
It looked more like, as Michael said, an attempt to divert.
Mislead.
But obviously it's mislead, divert, cover, and undoing, as he called it. Excuse me.
Grab a drink.
Yeah. But the bottom line is, whoever did this did have some knowledge because of the way they've tied some of the things together.
And I think, you could, and Michael wanted to be clear that that's not necessarily his opinion. That was the BAU and the FBI. That's where, a lot of people.
Correct. I agree with BAU.
Okay. It's safe to say that Indiana, and I'm not even going to isolate Indiana, because if you actually do some research, this is something that is worldwide, not just in the United States, but it is something that is all over the world. This type of Norse pagan religion, and then you have variations of it. And in Indiana, it was somewhat prevalent. People were very aware of, these Ossetru, Odinist, white supremacist groups, and the defense described it as white supremacy hijacking a Norse pagan religion and then making it kind of their own. And there are tentacles like that in these types of organizations. And that's where you get into the different variations of the runes, which is there's different alphabets as well. There's, like Norse pagan, it's their own alphabet, but then bind runes are the combination of runes that basically change the meaning or create a new one. And so let's get in, because we have a guest coming on at 1, and we have a boatload to get into. So I want to go over just
before you go on that, what I would say is, it looks like a white supremacist take on the Odinistic content. However, I would stick modern interpretation of the Odinists. It's not the basic, true, if I may use that word, Odinism, the way it's been used, and that is, as you say, prevalent in the American sort of backwards, where they've twisted it, bastardized it, basically, to fit their goals, which are normally white supremacists. Yep. Yeah.
And when we talk about the diversion, you have to remember in this area with people being so familiar with it, you didn't necessarily have to be practicing it to try to divert in the crime scene, leaving symbols and things that would obviously send law enforcement down a particular path, and it absolutely did. So if these symbols are, if they were faked, and it wasn't a ceremony that was held, the staging did serve a purpose, because it sent the investigation down that track. But I want to touch on the heart of this Frank's motion, and ultimately the purpose of it. A Frank's motion is a motion that is filed with the court that challenges the truthfulness of information law enforcement used to obtain the search warrant. And it comes from the U.S. Supreme Court case of Franks versus Delaware. And ultimately, the goal was in this filing was for there to be a hearing held, a Franks hearing, to challenge the information that was put into the probable cause affidavit. That necessarily didn't touch on the odorous stuff. That was all included in the Franks motion to bolster the support, and I do believe to make the public aware of what this case was, what was encumbered in this case, because there had been no transparency up to this point. So in the PCA, the probable cause affidavit that Judge Diener signed in order for law enforcement to show up at Rick's and enter his property, there was a major list in this probable cause affidavit, and we're going to touch on them really quick. The timing that Alan said he had left the trails around 3:30, that was omitted in the PCA. That's what he claims. Not only he claims that's what he told Doolin, but he also stated that in his interrogation interview. Betsy Blair's description did not resemble Richard Allen. Blair reportedly believed her sketch was a strong likeness to the man that she's seen on the first platform. Blair reportedly said the CPS vehicle was not black. That created a major timeline problem. Sarah Carball's jacket description of the man that she saw, Mr. Muddy Bloody, walking on 300 North, was allegedly changed from tan to blue. So apparently Sarah Carball, when she was interviewed, described the man as wearing a tan jacket, but in the PCA, it was conveniently turned to blue. That the changes helped connect evidence that may not otherwise have been connected. And the defense argued Blair and Carball may have seen two different men. So that was the basis of the Franks motion. And and we ultimately ended up, I believe, with 4 different filings for a Frank motion. And Judge Gall failed to ever respond, or when she did, obviously she denied it. But the second that she kicked the defense team off and brought in 2 new prosecutors, she agreed to allow a Franks motion going forward for them. So the defense's theory, and I think this, I believe going into pretrial motions and the trial, the defense was very focused on the Odin theory. So let's read. Yes.
Worth pointing out, you pointed out that when Gull allowed the new solicitors in, she was going to allow the Franks motion.
Yes.
It's worth pointing out, when those ones left and Baldwin and etc. came back, she reneged on that, didn't she?
She did. Yes, she absolutely did. Judge Gall was very biased. I mean, she might as well have been sitting at the prosecution table. She was not a gatekeeper of the facts. She inserted herself. I believe, if I remember correctly, she's the one there was some email correspondence between the state and the defense. She is the one who conveniently threw it out into the atmosphere in an email that the state could always file a motion of limine to keep third-party suspects out. And they immediately did. And she denied every single third party the defense had ever raised. Ron Logan, Keegan Klein, all of these people that we're going to talk about today. They weren't allowed to say ritualistic. There were a lot of things that they weren't allowed to say. She even allowed, I believe it was Jerry Holman on the stand, to describe his opinion. He's not even an expert in this area, but she allowed him to describe that this crime scene could be considered an undoing, meaning an undoing is when you have regret in what you're doing. And because he was allowed to give his theory, not even as an expert, about the crime scene, the defense argued that, well, they just opened the door, and if they're allowed to give their interpretation of the crime scene, so should we. She didn't allow that either. So the jury is sitting there completely blind to what really was going on behind the scenes. And literally, she cut the defense off at the knees, handcuffed them, and pretty much gagged them throughout this trial from putting on a defense for Rick Allen. But the defense's theory, rather than the state's, was that the odinous ritualistic angle could not simply be ignored because investigators themselves had pursued it and developed evidence that they considered significant. The defense pointed to the unusual placement of the sticks on and around Abby and Libby, aligned rune-like or ritualistic characteristics of the crime scene, statements, and social media activity connected to individuals investigated for Odinism, and the work of investigators such as Todd Click, Greg Ferenczi, and Kevin Murphy, who investigated that possibility. The defense's position was not that these facts automatically proved Odinists committed the murder, but that they constituted a substantial alternative investigative theory that should have been fully disclosed, investigated, and considered rather than dismissed. And the Odinist theory could not simply be ignored because law enforcement itself recognized possible Norse Odinist symbolism at the crime scene and sought the expert opinion from Purdue professor Dr. Jeffrey Turco. The state did, not the defense. This was before the defense even came on. The state was reaching out and asking for help by an expert opinion of a professor. After Turco, and then the state tried to pretend they didn't know who he was. They couldn't find him. They couldn't remember his name. They couldn't track him down. After Turco was finally identified and interviewed in 2023, the defense emphasized that his actual statements were far more nuanced. Turco acknowledged that the stick arrangements could be viewed as an attempt to replicate Germanic rune writing, discussed the historical connection between the runes, ritual, and the sacrifice, and said he could imagine someone attempting to incorporate runes into a human sacrifice scenario. Question? Okay, move on. So I'm going to introduce you to, I forgot to take my little text box out, introduce you to two of the characters that were on the radar pretty much from Jump Street. On the left is Brad Holder. Brad Holder is from Logansport. Brad Holder's son, Logan, was at the time considered to be Abby's boyfriend. Brad Holder denied ever meeting Abby originally, and then ultimately that changed significantly to where I believe he had ended up admitting that he had met her 2 to 3 times. And that was over a very short period of time because Abby and Logan had fairly just began dating, I guess you could call it that, so to speak, or at least they thought they were. So there's also a large conflict around Brad's work schedule the day of the 13th and him clocking in and clocking out. His schedule at work that day was not, he normally had a specific time that he clocked in and clocked out. On this particular day, the clock in was the same, but the clock out was different. And also he's checking into a workout facility while he's reportedly still on the clock at work. So there's that to start with. On the right is Elvis Fields. Elvis Fields is from Rushville. I believe Rushville is approximately almost 3 hours, maybe a little more, further south than not just Delphi, but also Logansport. And Elvis Fields was brought into this case because his sister drove up from Rushville with her husband to basically turn her brother in, claiming that Elvis, I believe on the day or the day the girls were found, or maybe or the day of, I can't remember which. And I probably have it in the PDF that I'm going to pull up. Actually, let me do that because I don't want to guess. I don't want to guess and go off just my memory. So let me see. I've got this. This is important because this kind of lays the groundwork as to how all of this played out in chronological order. So his statements attributed to the statements attributed to Fields on February 14th, 2017. According to the Franks memorandum, the account of the Odin investigation, Fields' sister, Mary Jacobs, told investigators that on February 14th, he was rambling, hyper, and borderline incoherent. She reported that he talked about suddenly having a brother, being a part of a gang, having been on a bridge with two girls who were killed, and described Abigail as a troublemaker. The memorandum says Jacobs later traveled to Delphi with her husband to report what Fields had told her. Mary Jacobs did take a polygraph. She was interviewed and administered a polygraph on February 1st, 2018. So almost a year later, little less, short, maybe a week short of 2 weeks short of a year later. So they're still investigating this. The state is still investigating this for a year, and they're bringing her back in for a polygraph concerning whether she was truthful about Fields' statements. According to the defense filing, she passed. A polygraph does not independently establish that the underlying allegation is true. It is part of the investigative history described by the defense. Fields provided a DNA swab. On February 27th, so 17 days later, because February 27th, 2018, Jerry Holman and Kevin Murphy interviewed Fields. According to the memorandum, Fields agreed to provide a mouth swab for DNA and understood that it would be compared with the crime scene DNA. And then there was this spit question. According to the Odin report, as described in the memorandum, after Kevin Murphy, drove Fields home, Fields walked back to Murphy's vehicle and asked what would happen if his spit was found on one of the girls, but he had an explanation for it. The memorandum acknowledges that this exchange was not recorded. It further says Fields later stated in another interview that he somewhat remembered making that comment. Now, just in this small document right here, there is really more circumstantial and nexus that connects just Elvis Fields to this crime, because he's admitting that he was there. He's admitting that he was on a bridge. He is admitting that he was with Abigail, and he's admitting that he spit on the bodies. That's far, far more than Brick Allen. But yet here we are, and his name wasn't even allowed to be said at trial. Joyce Moffat's account. This is Elvis Fields' other sister. The memorandum says that Fields' sister Joyce Moffat initially denied on 2 occasions that Fields had made any incriminating statements. During an August 22nd, 2018 interview with Kevin Murphy and Greg Ferenczi, however, she reportedly gave investigators a different account. According to the filing, Joyce said Fields told her in October of 2017 that he was in serious trouble, had been on the trail and bridge when the girls were murdered, that 2 other people were there, and that he had spit on one of the girls after she was killed. Then we're going to talk about the sticks and the horn detail. The memorandum says Mary Jacobs told the polygraph that Fields had described Abigail as a troublemaker and said he put leaves on her and used sticks to give her horns. The defense compared the attributed statement with the crime scene photographs and argued that sticks visible above Abby's head corresponded to the description. So in the leaked crime scene photos, they're very, I'm assuming these are the ones that they're talking about. Abby's hair is pulled up kind of like in a messy bun, and she's laying on her back. And these twigs were kind of like, I can't tell if they're in her hair sticking out or if they were laid on the ground sticking out, but there are 2 sticks. And I guess you would have probably thought it was part of the topography if it hadn't been for Elvis saying he put them there. Then comes the claimed connection to Brad Holder, who, remember, these 2 people live almost 3 hours apart. Apparently, investigators assembled side-by-side Facebook images showing Fields posting imagery resembling posts made by Brad Holder, including arrowheads, weapons, a mason jar, and other imagery. The defense characterized this as evidence of a connection between the men. The filing also noted limitations concerning the dating of some of the exhibits. Johnny Messer, that's a new name. Johnny Messer is also from Rushville. According to the filing, Fields denied knowing Johnny Messer during a June 2018 interview. Messer later reportedly told investigators that Fields had lived with Messer's uncle and that Fields, Rod Abrams, and Ned Smith had expressed interest in joining the Vinlander group with which Messer and Holder were associated with. So that right there ties them all in together. Fields' February 13th alibi. Fields told investigators that he specifically remembered remaining in Rushville on February 13th. The defense questioned how he could remember that particular day, 492 days later, because Murphy had described Fields as functioning at approximately a 7 or 8 year old level. This challenges the credibility of the recollection, is the defense's argument. Rod Abrams. Abrams reportedly told investigators that he, Fields, and Ned Smith had been in Muncie visiting a sick friend at a hospital on February 13th. According to the Franks memorandum, the investigative note subsequently stated Fields, Ned Smith, Rod Abrams, not in Muncie on February 13th at a hospital. The defense argued that Abrams' account conflicted both with investigators' findings and with Fields' own statement that he stayed in Rushville. Fields' phone reportedly remained in Rushville. According to the Odin report, as described by the defense, Fields' phone remained in the same place in Rushville from approximately 10:30 a.m. until 7:30 p.m. on February 13th, with apparently no phone use for roughly 9 hours. Fields reportedly told investigators that he normally kept his phone with him. The memorandum acknowledged that the defense had not received the underlying phone records at the time and was relying on the Odin report's description. The defense theorized that Fields could have left his phone behind while traveling. That is a defense inference, not something established by the phone location information itself. Fields refused a polygraph. And the key evidentiary issues to verify against the underlying records, 3 particularly important areas of source level verification are: 1, the attributed spit statement; 2, the sticks themselves; Horn's statement and exactly when that detail was documented; and 3, the underlying phone records supporting the reported 10:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Rushville location. The Franks memorandum is a defense filing and should be cross-checked against the original interview reports, recordings, phone records, deposition testimony, and trial evidence where available. Because when you get into all of, and we're not going to get into these depositions because these depositions will have you scratching your head. They deny, they admit, they change stories. It's a complete cobweb of a mess. So I suggest that you read those for yourself. Quester, do you have anything that you want to add before I go back into the PowerPoint?
No, that's a pretty good lead up.
So it's okay. And one thing that I wonder if the defense ever got Elvis Fields's phone dump, because let's see, depending on you'd have to, there's reportedly, I think it's Josh Chrisman. I think that's who it is. Is it Josh Chrisman, who was a truck driver, and he transported hogs across the state of Indiana. And it was reported that Elvis Fields would work for him under the table and get paid cash, and would ride in the truck with him, and they would make these hog deliveries. And I believe it was on the 12th, they made a trip. I'm not going to say where. I want to say it was Michigan, maybe, or I'm not sure. But they drove through Indiana, dropped off these hogs, and then it's rumored that Chrisman had a girlfriend in Delphi and had stayed in Delphi overnight. And so, looking at this timeline of when the girls were abducted, we know the distance from Delphi to Rushville. It would be able, it seems that Fields would have had enough time to get home in between that window that the defense described, when his phone was inactive to when it became active again. So that phone dump would probably be really important to see exactly what time after 7 his phone, because I think this is kind of, it's not definitive, was it 7:18, 7:45? I think that, what did it just say, 7:30, between 10:30 and 7:30? So, and for me, you have to, I honestly, every avenue of this case, you have to question what was done on the investigative end. Did they thoroughly investigate this? Did they actually cross test these DNA swabs? I mean, they didn't test the hair on Abby's hand until right at the beginning of the trial. So who did they actually? Hey, Ted, American Betrayed is here. So who they tested, we don't know. So I always will second guess the state and how they handled things with this investigation. Let me see. Let's pull this back up. Okay, so that is the connection between the direct connection that law enforcement made between Brad Holder and Elvis Fields. They are also connected to Patrick Westfall.
Before you move on, Amy.
Yes.
Go back to that picture you had. Right. Now this is one of their Odin pictures, yeah?
Yes.
See the compass on the square? That's Masonic. See what I mean by mixing?
Yes. Masonic. You guys have heard of Masons, correct? I mean, holy hell, the prosecutor, Nick McClellan, is a Mason. Brad Holder was a Mason. That's a whole nother brotherhood and a whole nother oath to a brotherhood that they had taken. And it is a very strong belief throughout any research that you do, that the Mason Brotherhood is, you protect a brother at all costs. And I'll just leave it at that. But it is a fact. There are photographs of Nick McClellan, I guess completing his, they go through, what is that called, Quester? What the process that they have to go through to actually become a full-fledged Mason, because there's levels, isn't there?
Yeah, well, they're full-fledged the moment they've joined, but they got through different levels, and I believe he was going to be a master, which is probably about halfway up the ladder, I suppose, if you take into account levels like 33.
Who was there? Who was on their way to be a master? Holder or McClelland?
McClelland.
So Who's Your Daddy says, my relatives were 33rd degree Masons. The lower level was out of the loop.
33rd degree, if it's the Scottish lot, is extremely high and extremely rare. And you're talking about things like King Charles, that sort of stuff.
So the and when you say lower level was out of the loop, so I take that and
right.
Some of the research that I've done, it's kind of like, and this is probably a really silly generic analogy, but it's almost like being in high school versus being in college. The level, you are part of a different status based on where you are throughout the Mason process of going through all of the different levels. So that kind of that makes sense. So depending on where you were, depending on what information or what you had access to, and again, any research that you do, it is supposed to be a very, very tight knit group. So moving on to Mr. Patrick Westphal. This is Patrick Westphal. Patrick Westphal is a really bad dude. He is a big dude. He's like 6'3", 6'4", very big man. And he does not, build-wise, height-wise, is not bridge guy. But he is, by all accounts, he is a pathological liar. He's violent, he's aggressive, and he knows how to manage a conversation to deflect and make himself look like, yes, I believe in all of these beliefs, but I'm not a bad guy. He did do some interviews on sleuth intuition. You have to go watch those for yourself, but I want to point out during that interview, the one thing for me that I take away, because I don't believe really a word that he's saying, the entire interview, he is throwing Brad Holder under the bus. And there was a woman who appears in the chat during the sleuth intuition interview who claims that Patrick was dating her mother and that she had been essayed. So she's claiming that Patrick Westphal he essayed his girlfriend's daughter, and this was the daughter in the chat making these claims. That's not a claim that one makes in a public forum, I would think, if it's not true. And if I have time today, I'll swing back around to how that could be very significant with another situation that presented itself outside the courthouse during the trial. But again, this is Patrick Westphal. On the right-hand side is his marriage to Rachel. And this ceremony was a ritual that, like a Norse pagan ritual, their wedding ceremony was, and it was held not far from the Monon High Bridge. It is down towards, it's actually right down there. It's inside the woods, back there behind the Dairy Queen. And it's a place called Sunset Point. And I believe I do have a small little image of it right here. This is a place This is a place that Patrick Westfall's ex-wife said that Patrick would frequent all the time. And she even drove him at over here on the left-hand side. And her contention is that Patrick could walk from his home. Now, Patrick lived on Charles Street. I think that's the name of it, which is directly across the street from Canal Park, right there in the neighborhood before you get to downtown Delphi. And she claimed that Patrick would, from his home, walk into the woods. Now, and Charles Street is literally in between City Park and Canal Park. And City Park is literally right there off of, it comes off of that old Camden Road, which is the road that people use to pull up and park in that little looped area next to the railroad bridge. And his ex-wife's contention was that he could walk and he knew into those woods, and he camped there all the time, that Patrick was very familiar with these woods, and he liked camping out there by Sunset Point. He liked it so much he had his wedding ceremony there. And she basically states down here in this little text, but it's highlighted, the small dot is Pat's house. The big one, Pat camped. The line is that handmade sign that led to where the girls were found. Just to clarify, I just realized the GPS sucks. There are two different 25 Old State roads, and it's what I'm talking about. Old 25 State Road is what she's referring to, not the Interstate 25. We're going to get into that. I have a whole PDF of the conversations that was had with Patrick Westfall's ex-wife. And to clarify which ex-wife it is, I'm not going to say her name. She goes by Murky Mirror in this communication. Gabriel, Patrick Westfall's son, the one that was just arrested with Pat out there in Crawfordsville months back. This is Gabriel's mother. That's doing the communicating. Also, I need to point something out. And I don't think I have to show it, but if somebody is persistent, I'll have to dig it out. There's a picture of Brad and a picture of Patrick. Days before the Flora fire at Patrick Westfall's house. Patrick Westfall, back in 2016, if you look at the top photograph, on the right-hand side, the top red circle, inside that is a box that says Flora fire. That is where the Flora fire house stood. That's where that fire took place. Drop down multiple houses behind the Flora house. That is where Patrick Westfall rented a house. Patrick Westfall's ex-wife believes Officer Yoder was one of the first officers on scene that night for the Flora fire. And he pulls in. So if you look at where the house is, he pulls in almost like on this, like diagonally right here in this intersection. And he leaves his dash cam on his vehicle. So his dash cam's on. He gets out of the car and he's attempting to go up on the front porch and get into this home as it's burning. I do believe my girl in the chat. You know who you are. If you have that video handy, can you email it to me? So I don't have to go searching for it. I forgot all about that. The Yoder dash cam. I had a very good friend help me get this information from Pat's ex-wife. And Pat's ex-wife agrees that I'm going to put my email in the chat. If you have it, email it to me and I can pull it up right away. But there's dash cam footage while this fire is happening, where an individual is walking back and forth in front of this police car. And if you look very closely, there were 4 images that were captured on this dash cam of a man walking back and forth along the side of the Flora house that was on fire. And she believes that is a very strong likability to Patrick Westfall. And he did live right behind that house. She claimed the shoes, the red basketball shorts, the black sweatshirt was an outfit that he frequently wore. Height, body structure, all is similar. We can't say definitively if it is Pat Westfall, but based on his ex-wife's opinion, she thinks there's a strong possibility that he was outside the house that night. And she also thinks, and we're going to get into it, that he was involved with that fire. Did anyone gain financially after that fire? Insurance? I would imagine the homeowner did. And adding more irons to the fire and tentacles. Not long before the fire, it was Becky Patty's company who did the appraisal on the property. What that appraisal ended up being, I don't know. So whatever insurance was on that property, I'm sure the homeowner, recouped. I don't believe the house has ever been rebuilt. I think that corner lot is still sitting empty. Josh Ayers. That is Mother of Dragons. That's a good question. And at one time I knew the answer, but I would have Ayers. Yeah. I believe you might be right that Josh Ayers owned that property. And I don't remember. I didn't, because I didn't make a document out of it. I might not retain it. But Josh Ayers is, oh, thank you, Skeptic. I'm going to pull it up right now. Skeptic Curiosity sent me the Flora fire video. But the one thing that we did find interesting was that the property that Patrick Westfall was renting here in Flora appeared to be the same person who owned the property in Delphi that Patrick ultimately was living in February of 2017. So he went from the same, he didn't switch landlords when he moved out of Flora. So let me, I'm going to pull this in really fast. Oh, really quick here. Let me do this. And we are going to watch this body cam. Oh, I got a couple of them. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Let me see if these two are the same. Oh, wait a minute. Do you guys see it? Here we go. Why isn't it playing? There we go. I think I got it now. Sorry, guys. You have to forgive me. I'm not the tech savviest person. Takes me a minute.
Story we've covered extensively, but for the first time tonight, you're about to see law enforcement video of the deadly Flora arson fire.
More than 6 years ago now, that fire claimed the lives of 4 young girls. They were sisters, ages 5 to 11. Their names were Kiani Welch, Kiriel McDonald, Kiera Phillips, and Kiana Davis. Now, the video you're about to see will be difficult for some to watch, but it provides the clearest picture so far of the valiant but unsuccessful efforts to rescue those girls that night.
CBS 4 Chief Investigator Steve Brown has our exclusive story tonight.
This story centers on Carroll County Sheriff's Deputy Drew Yoder. He suffered serious injuries attempting to reach the 4 girls killed in the Flora fire. We have only ever heard from the deputy once at a brief news conference 6 weeks after the fire.
Some nights it brings tears to my eyes. Sometimes I try not to go past there. But I still think of those 4 little girls standing out there, dancing around, smiling at you, waving at you.
This is dash cam video of Yoder responding to the fire. You will only see what the camera is pointed at, but Yoder is wearing a microphone, and at times you will hear much more than you see.
We're right.
Flora police officer Josh Dysinger arrives seconds before Yoder. The first voice you'll hear is the girl's mother, Galen Rose.
Where is it? Stay up. They're upstairs? Justin, hot. Yeah. County. Send cutler fire as well. Get cutler fire in there as well. Yeah. Where are the kids? Upstairs? Where's the picture? Stay around the corner to the left. I can tell. Guys, the medic, you well. Josh, you good? Josh, you good? I'm good. You good? I can't pull, man. I can't pull.
Inside the house, Yoder faced intense heat and thick smoke without protective gear while trying to climb this set of stairs. Then at the top, a landing on the left and another shorter set of stairs leading to the girl's bedroom. The girl's mother desperately tries to direct Yoder around that landing.
Help! You go around the corner. Please. Let's go. Around the corner. Keep going.
But the smoke was too much.
Oh my! Guys, send tones. Keep sending off tones, please. We still got 4 kids inside. We can't get inside.
Yoder runs back to his car and races to the Flora Fire Department just 4 blocks away. The deputy is also a volunteer firefighter. The drive takes 24 seconds. He exits his car, races in, and yells to get the equipment moving.
Hey, lean the the rule, dude. There's people inside.
For the next 45 seconds, it sounds like Yoder is getting into his turnout gear. He then runs back to his car, races back to the scene with fire trucks just behind him.
Hey, they're coming. They're right here, dude. They're right here. They're coming.
Both Deputy Yoder and Officer Deisinger.
There is the guy
to re-enter the house. If you look here, you can see one of them entering, crawling on hands and knees. Just seconds later, something has gone wrong. At 3:45, an emergency call goes out. Officer down. Other firefighters are now working to rescue Yoder while still trying to reach the 4 girls. And as the fire starts moving more rapidly right to left, from the back of the house to the front door, an alarm sounds, signaling an air pack low on oxygen. Firefighters would reach Yoder and the 4 girls and bring them out. Feverish attempts at CPR were performed on the girls without success. Yoder was rushed to the hospital. At the same time, flames engulfed the entire house. The last thing we see on the video is an advanced life support vehicle pulling up just before 4 a.m. It would be almost 2 months before it was announced the fire was an arson. In the 6+ years since, the investigation has not produced an arrest. Before making our final decision to air the dash cam video, we did show it to Galen Rose at her request. She supports airing the video. It is her hope that it will generate tips from the public.
So not sure what that's doing. Get us back. So that's that one passing, you see him. And when we get into the PDF, the ex-wife does give her opinion as to why he would have been involved with that. And it was definitely race related. And that's basically what she says. It's race related, and it had to do with him passing a certain threshold to gain admission into the Vinlander Social Club. And yes, Big J, you are right. And Carroll County put all the evidence from the fire in a storage locker and did not pay the bill, and it all got auctioned off. Imagine that, more evidence lost. Seems to be a pattern with this same group of bad actors. We're going to move on. So I'm going to introduce you to 2 of the big heads in the Vinlander organization. According to the Franks memorandum and later defense filings, and you also can find them online, the Vinlander Social Club websites have been removed. They're still active, but they're just not allowed to be online. But if you do look up or you Google the Vinlander Social Club, these 2 make their front page of, I think it's a task force that investigates these types of white supremacy groups. But according to the Franks memorandum and later defense filings, Patrick Westfall's connection to the Vinlanders and Ossetru was more than a casual interest. So the defense described Westfall, Brad Holder, and Johnny Messer as affiliated with the Vinlander Social Club and cited Indiana State Police Trooper Roland Purdy as saying Vinlander members were also Odinists. Separately, the ADL was specifically identified Westfall as a Vinlander probate member, while organizations that track extremist groups described the Vinlanders as a racist skinhead organization historically associated with a racialized form of onanism. And in Indiana, in this pocket of the Vinlander Social Club, it is Brian James on the left and Eric the Butcher Fairburn, who started that group of Vinlanders in that area. And I believe Brad Holder and Patrick Westphal had a personal relationship with Brian James, with the guy who is running the show. So it was a very direct, close contact. Now we're going to get into some of their beliefs. And a rune is a letter from an ancient alphabet used by Germanic Nordic peoples from about the 3rd to the 13th centuries. And the reason I think that we used this when we went over this stuff in the vault is because if you see the circular image here in the middle, Quester, what do you know what that symbolizes? The circle with the runes here in the middle?
Offhand, I'm not sure what that one means, no.
Okay.
The problem is a lot of people put a lot of runes together to bind them. And that's got just about every rune in there. So I'm not sure it really means anything.
So, someone in the chat just said protection. And then on the right,
yeah, the bit in the middle probably would, but I'm not sure what the stuff around it is.
Okay, and then the bind runes on the right are the converted runes, the things that symbols that they create combining two different letters of the rune alphabet to make them mean something. Big J says it's the Viking compass. Well, it was a tattoo that Brad Holder had on his upper shoulder. This is a photo taken from Brad Holder's Facebook page. And I'm going to read one of his posts. This was on February 5th. Today is a milestone in my life. I feel excited and upset at the same time. I will be stepping down as a Gothi in tribe of Gunther's Path. The gods are pushing me to be a traveling Gothi to help people set up kindreds in Indiana. I feel this is lacking. Patrick Westphal will take over my responsibility as Gothi for Tribe of Gunther's Path. I'm going to be having lots of meet and greets. It's time, Indiana, for you to quit being a virtual heathen. Do you need me to pull up the Gothi document, or are you knowledgeable enough of it that you can explain what the Gothi is?
Probably be easier to pull it up than me try to explain.
Okay, I will do that. So that's February 5th. So that's less than 2 weeks before the unaliving of Abby and Libby. Whoops. Hangman, bind rune. The con. It's not in this one, okay. Well, of course, it doesn't pull right up. Of course. Okay, I'm just going to read it. It's called the Gothar or the Gothi. The Old Norse word Gothar is the plural form of Gothi. They are priesthood in Asatru community. So does that mean that Brad Holder considered himself a priest?
Yes.
Okay. Gothars are responsible for establishing hofs and temples and maintaining the equipment necessary to conduct blots, which are ceremonies, and other religious services. In modern times, as the Asatru community struggles to release itself as the true religion of the folk, the work of the Gothar is difficult indeed. He or she must also seek out those within our folk worthy to practice the old ways and to reawaken the ancestral soul of our people. A modern day Gothar is supposed to be a fearless spiritual warrior, a favorite Asatru missionary, and they may be as wise as the Allfather, as strong as the Asa, Thor, and as loving as the Lady Freya. The person who performs the blot, the ceremony, is at that place in time a Gothi. However, it is what you do for the folk after the blot which determines whether you are indeed a member of the Gothar, one who has earned the respect of the Asatru's community. To become a Gothi, one generally finds a mentor and recognized Gothi and becomes his apprentice. An apprentice Gothi should study books like the Elder, Elda, and the Hayamal daily, learn the ancient myths of the gods and goddesses, and how to unlock the keys to the 9 worlds. They must learn the runes and use them. That is very important. They must also amass the ritual tools necessary for their work. The most precious possession is the ritual bowl. A bowl in Old Norse. It is symbolized in the shape of a Perthro rune and holds the power of the gods, the luck, the fortune, and the will and aspirations of the tribe, and the holy offerings that they make to their gods. Equally important is the oath ring. The Gothi must carry that ring on his wrist to all regular things, where he should conduct the procedures. Before that, he should wash the ring in the blood of a bull he had sacrificed himself. Because Thor blessed the funeral pyre of Baldur with his hammer, and his hammer was used to bless brides, babies, and the folk, a ritual-sized hammer is also a must. The hammer is used in some blot is for the banishing ritual and to bless the feast. The last of the most important implements is the stali, Old Norse for altar. The stali is the focal point of the blot and holds all of the necessary implements used during the service. A simple camping table would suffice. The kindred banner is also designed to be used as an altar cloth. Of lesser importance is the various ritual items used during various blots, like a ritual drinking horn, a gander sword, spear, a brisingman, Freya's necklace. A Gothai should have ritual attire as well. It is an important part of the personal transformation to prepare for the blot. After a Gothai will permit his apprentice to perform the rites, if the apprentice is ready to take over. We know that Brad Holder was stepping down as Gothai of his tribe and that Patrick Westfall was lined up to replace him. That is one of the things about this whole scenario that is like very intriguing, because when it came to Brad Holder seemed very invested in the practicing of, learning the runes and learning about the culture. But Patrick Westfall was more into the aggressive side of it. And I feel was someone who would go to all extremes. So if he's stepping into the role as the Gothai, and he had, and it says, the ritual has to be done. And what he does after the ritual determines his, I guess, fortification of being a Gothai. Was this a sacrificial ceremony done at Pat's request to ensure that he was encompassed with all of their beliefs, that he would be empowered to be a high-powered true Gothai or priest? What do you think, Quester?
Yeah, as you said, he was a Gothai at the time, and Patrick Westfall was coming up to replace him. I'm not really sure that was a smart idea, considering, but the best place to do a replacement is at an important blot, where the outgoing one will stand, watch over, and guide the incoming one. And of course, we know the date of this crime was an important blot. But this business about you have to sacrifice a bull and so on, you have to remember that what we're talking here is not a Sartru. Refuse to call this stuff a Sartru. It's an insult. It's not really even Odinism. It's modern Odinism. And modern Odinism feels it has the right to chop and change and swap anything it likes, add in, take out, as it sees fit. So to be facetious, instead of a bull, they could, I don't know, sacrifice a hedgehog, as long as it's a male.
Oh, it would have to be a male.
My understanding is it would have to be, yes.
Okay. Because and going back to some of the stuff that has been said surrounding these people, we're going to get into Brad Holder's ex-wife, what she testified to, but Patrick Westfall made accusations that him and Brad had a falling out in his living room and stopped talking. I don't know if it's ever been determined when actually Patrick said that happened, but we can see here that less than 2 weeks prior to the murders, that falling out hadn't taken place yet, because the Facebook post right here proves it, that on the 5th, Brad Holder is passing the reins to Westfall. And I find that interesting because Westfall tried to downplay Brad Holder's commitment to this religion or this belief system, and basically said that Westfall was making himself to be the upright, righteous one, that, he was all in. You have to be all in or you can't be in at all. And he claimed the falling out happened in his living room because he had discovered that Brad Holder had been going to a Christian church. And basically Patrick told him to get his stuff and get out of his house. But based on Brad Holder's Facebook post here, it kind of almost seems to me that Brad Holder, in the dynamics of things, had a higher standing at that time than Patrick Westfall. Or am I wrong to think that?
No, you're right. Now, the outgoing Gothai wouldn't have to be there all the time. He wouldn't have to be there at the start or at the end. he's sort of there to oversee what the incoming one is doing. All the preparation and so on could be done without him there.
But I mean, I mean, what I mean is, so Brad Holder is publicly discussing this, and he's tagging Patrick Westfall in this post. So there's obviously, in his eyes, this is what it is. I am the outgoing Gothite, and I'm passing this role on down to Patrick Westfall. But Patrick Westfall, in his public interviews after all of this went down, is trying to act like Brad Holder was nothing. He wasn't committed to this religion. But here, it definitively puts Brad at a higher standing than Patrick was. That's what I guess I mean. And we know on February 5th, this was the actual standing of where the two of them were aligned within this, within their practices.
If anything, I would say, I'm sticking my neck out, that Holder would have probably been a better go-fighter than Pat Westfall. Yeah,
I mean, Brad Holder seemed very until he took the Facebook down. The second that his name dropped in that Frank's motion, immediately the world went straight to his Facebook page, and people immediately started screen grabbing every single thing on his page. And his entire Facebook page circulated around the Ostru, the runes, and he was very, very big into the bind runes, the combining of two runes to create a different meaning. So we're going to start with the Hegel, which the defense believes was the actual rune that was on Abby. And I didn't put it in here, but Brad Holder displayed a photograph on his Facebook picture of this rune drawn on his hand it looked like with an ink pen. This same exact rune. It's very similar to the sticks that were found on Abby. And Hegel means hail. And then the Ansnus rune is the symbol that the defense determined was found on what is known now as the F tree. And that is a picture of the actual F tree from the crime scene. And that was tested, and that is Libby's blood on the tree. Now, Cicero testified that he believed that this was a handprint. Not the Ansnus rune, but that is not a handprint. That is about as ridiculous as the DNA was transferred in the washing machine. Here we have, so not only are we dealing with runes, symbols at the crime scene, it is also believed that the placement, hey, Indy Cindy, that the placement of the bodies themselves also incorporated into the message that was trying to be displayed here. What that message is, I'm not quite sure. I don't know if there's a particular document question that you know off the top of your head that I can go to in our stash, but Abby,
I did outline the meanings and the purpose of those. Yes, can't remember what it is.
Well, explain the hangman and explain the live tree, and I will pull those up. And then there's a sketch of the crime scene itself, and where the blood pools were, and how the sticks were arranged, where the F tree was, and the interpretation is that Libby, who is on the right, who's nude, her left arm is extended up and it is touching a double trunked tree. And people, the interpretation of that is that they're mimicking that tree as the life tree that's known in this practice. And I will pull these up really fast, the crime, the blot. Oh, and I will pull in really fast the
one thing to note in regard to the hanged man is that Abby is up the other way, the hangman reversed.
Yes.
And that gives it a very different meaning.
That is the F on the circle here. That is the Ansnus rune that is on the tree based on the interpretation of the crime scene. Let me see what we've got in here. We'll go to the crime. Do we want to go over the blot itself? Or let me see here.
It might be worthwhile because it would appear that that's what whoever did the staging was trying to portray.
Okay, we do have the hangman. We do have the hagel. We have the con, the bind runes, the hagel rune, and then we have the blot. Which one do you want me to go to first?
Go for the blot first, I think.
Okay. Okay, I'm just going to read it. So, first, an important thing in Norse paganism is Odin's self-sacrifice to gain wisdom and knowledge of all the runes. Odin hung from the Yggdrasil, the world tree, for 9 days and nights to gain this. This act symbolizes his quest for understanding and mastery over the mysteries of the universe. Knowledge of the runes is essential for a Gothar, and the self-sacrifice by Odin is often replicated in blots, especially for the benefit of new Gothar. I'll come back to this later. This stanza from the Havamani, spoken by Odin after he described his hanging on the world tree to gain the runes. And here's what Odin said. Do you know how to carve? Do you know how to read? Do you know how to color? Do you know how to test? Do you know how to ask? Do you know how to sacrifice? Do you know how to send? Do you know how to yield? The first two lines describe the basics of runic practice, carving and coloring them, interpreting them, and then putting them to the test. The second two are the basis of worship, praying to the gods, and sending them offerings. This gift-giving relationship is fundamental to how heathen worship works. The major Norse gods, Thor, Freya, Freyr, and often the focus of blot ceremonies, people make offerings to specific gods based on need. Freya for fertility and a good harvest, while Thor was invoked for protection and strength. In addition to the gods, people also sacrifice to local spirits and the spirits of ancestors. This connects the ritual to the land and to the family lineage. Blots are held in various places, ranging from temples to outdoor sacred groves or individual farmsteads. A place of sacrifice is deemed holy, and the rituals performed there are treated with great reverence. Let's see. And I think
in short, The hanging on the tree by Odin was to gain knowledge. The knowledge he wanted was the knowledge of the runes, etc., which is what an incoming Gothi would need.
And
therefore, there's a symbol there of looking for the knowledge to be imparted. However, Abby is upside down, and that twists it a bit. It changes the meaning slightly to indicate that the person hanging there is very self-orientated, stuck in their ways, doesn't want to change, which is almost the opposite of what is being sought from the tree. So there's an interesting sort of juxtaposed there. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So kind of encompassing the whole crime scene, in the use of the symbols and the objects, the runes, crosses, pentagrams, circles, or other symbolic patterns drawn in blood, carved or arranged with sticks, stones, or ropes. Placement of ritual tools, knives, chalices, bowls, candles, antlers, bones. There's runes on the bodies made by sticks. There's a rune on the tree at this crime scene drawn in blood. There's antlers on Abby, a rope hanging from a tree. That's in the Frank's motion. And there's an altar, center of casting sacred area of the ritual location, which the large pool of blood, the largest pool of blood found pretty much at the base of the feet of the girls, depicted in the sketch of the crime scene. So it's very hard to look at all of this, and then you incorporate these people who have direct connections to at least Abby, and deny that there's not a serious connection here. This is something that the jury should have absolutely heard. Whoops. Okay. That's coming up here in a minute. So let me see here. So let's hop into what Amber Holder testified to at the pretrial hearing, where Nick McClellan was attempting to suppress third-party suspects, and why what she told the defense team is very significant to an admission about the involvement of Patrick Westphal. Brad doesn't involve himself, but he does say Patrick Westphal did this. And at the top of this document is also, top left-hand corner is also an image of a photograph that was displayed on Brad Holder's Facebook page several years before the murder. Okay. However, Holder is the one who posted this image. According to Westphal's ex-wife, she states she believes the girl in the foreground where you see her leg is Patrick Westphal's wife, Rachel, the one that you've seen him marrying at Sunset Point. The ex-wife believes this is Rachel posing in this picture. So Amber Holder testified that Amber testified that when she and Brad first got together, Brad said he knew nothing about the Delphi case and had never met Abby. Later, Brad's son Logan told Amber that he missed Abby. Amber said she learned that Abby was Logan's girlfriend who had been murdered. Amber testified that she raised the subject with Brad while he was drinking. She said Brad told her that Patrick killed Abby. According to Amber, Brad said Patrick acted with other people and told her to keep her mouth shut. Amber testified that Brad warned her that if she talked, they would kill her. Amber testified that Brad described a fight with Patrick beside a river or a body of water. So Brad's version of a fight that him and Patrick got into is at a completely different location beside water where Patrick said it happened in his living room. Brad allegedly said there was blood on a rock near the water. Amber said Brad told her Patrick wanted to move from animal sacrifice to human sacrifice. Amber testified that Brad described Patrick as a former friend and connected the end of their relationship to that argument. Amber testified that Brad told her Patrick Westfall and his crew killed the girls because one of the mothers was involved with a black male. She said Brad specifically referred to Abby Williams' mother. Brad warned Amber that Westfall was dangerous. Amber testified that 2 police officers came to her house and asked whether she could return to Brad to obtain more information. She told Brad that her best friend or sister was talking about dating Patrick. So she made up a story. My friend's getting ready to start dating Patrick. And according to Amber, Brad warned both women to stay away from Patrick because he was dangerous. Amber testified that Brad prayed to the gods using incense and flames in a metal bowl. She personally saw Brad slice his own hand and place his blood into the bowl as an offering. Amber testified that Brad also grabbed her hand and made a small cut without her consent. She said Brad used a curved, rusty blade with a wooden handle. Amber testified that Brad owned knives, kept at their residence, and at his parents' home. She said Brad possessed runes, usually made from animal bone or antler, and marked with a wood burning tool. Amber testified that knives and runes were common within the religious practices she described. Amber testified that she saw 2 photographs on Brad's phone showing 2 women lying in the woods. She said Brad told her the women were his friends and posing as dead bodies. According to Amber, Brad described the photographs as a reenacted sacrifice and said the women were not actually dead. Hold on a second. Let me pull up another one here. We have a guest coming on it at 1. And I'm going to wait to go over the PDF after I bring her on. Natalie is coming on to basically inform everyone of the gathering that's going to be held at the State House in Indianapolis.
Just a quick Phoenix. No, it didn't originate from there. Asatru, the modern Asatru, originated in Iceland. It was I think it was a Norwegian and a few others that founded, can we call it a pre-Christian Norse folk religion based on it. It didn't come from the Pontiac area at all. I well believe that it did eventually transfer down there, but the modern Asatru started 1972 in Iceland. But there is the ancient Asatru, which started way back. Even the Vikings were practicing it. Okay, Amy.
Okay. I'm looking at the so I'm going to read some of the conclusions that can be made if you believe this was a sacrifice or a offering to the gods. And if you believe that, you know, you also have to know that there's absolutely no connection to the man who was serving 130 years in prison to any of these people. And there's nothing was found that showed that Rick Allen had any involvement in any type of these religious beliefs or practices, runes, Asatru, Vinlander, none of that. So it is patently impossible then that Richard Allen orchestrated this crime or that he created the crime scene. His lack of knowledge in every required area is definitive. If a Gothar was present, then their tribe was present, and it was a tribe ritual. It is thus impossible that he was there during the crime, given that Odinist tribes would never allow a non-member to be present or involved in their goings-ons, especially not ones involving crimes such as these. Furthermore, if a Gothar was present, then the state's position 1 and 2 must fail. If one wishes to argue that Richard Allen designed, planned, and committed this crime alone to misdirect the investigation toward Odinism, then one must explain how he did so, without any requisite knowledge and with no research, and how he could so efficiently erase all evidence of himself, without any forensic knowledge. One must also explain how he organized the victims to be there, separated from everyone, at precisely the moment he would be there. Of course, if one provides a viable explanation, the state's position 1 must fail. While none of this excludes Richard Allen from the possibility of being BG, it is incredibly unlikely that, given that an Odinist tribe would never employ an outsider to perform such a critical phase of their nefarious plan as kidnapping and delivery of victims to a crime scene. It should also be remembered that the state offered nothing to prove BG was in any way involved, further than simply speaking to the girls at the south end of the High Bridge. After the Down the Hill episode, the state dropped the BG line and moved to the Richard Allen line, simply relying on intimating these to be the same person. There is no proof that Rick Allen was BG in any event, just innuendos. See here. So no unbiased observer can deny the presence of signs of pagan activity. There is an undeniable plethora of Asatru, Norse, and Icelandic paganism, Odinism, especially modern Odinism, signals at the crime scene. This includes the younger Firthhark runes and signs, compliance with the requirements for blot rituals, and communion with the pagan gods, including the positioning of the victims, mimicking the modern Odinist blending of Norse tarot, runes, and aspects such as a white supremacy. Then there is the residual that's left, of the kind one would not find surprising following blot rituals of sacrifice. The depth of knowledge required and the choice of data on which to perform the crime can only indicate that the perpetrators, or at least one of them, had deep knowledge of modern Odinism. This can only indicate the presence of an experienced Gothar and or an experienced neophyte possessing knowledge acquired via a long learning period. Under mentorship of an experienced Gothar, these are of course similar in application and effect. The perpetrators undoubtedly had good knowledge, experience of butchery. The perpetrators, at least one of them, by dint of the unusual lack of evidence, must have had good forensic knowledge of evidence preservation and assurance. This knowledge would normally come from experience within the corridors of law enforcement or the supporting branches such as pathology. The only alternative would be a person or persons who had spent many days, probably weeks, studiously researching and perfecting their knowledge in all of the many fields identified above, with the crime aim of misdirecting any investigation. In order to draw conclusions from all of this, it is useful to recognize some facts from the trial. The state vigorously advanced its position that this was not a planned crime. The state vigorously advanced its position that this was a one-man crime. The state found no connection, physical or electronic, between Richard Allen and the victims. The state found no fingerprints, DNA, or other fluids matching Richard Allen. The state found no connection, physical or electronic, between Richard Allen and odonism and or any member of an odorness group, nor even any signs of research on the internet or elsewhere. The state offered no evidence proving Richard Allen was at the crime scene. So, any questions, guys? And we're not done. My guest is here, and I'm going to bring her on. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat, and then we'll answer them when we come back to this. Hello, Natalie.
Hi there. Hello.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Well, we are the community here. You went on.
I'm so honored to be in your community right now because I've watched much of your community's work, and what a hard-working group of people who know how to do some research. And gosh, I mean, it's impressive. So I'm honored to be here.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I reached out to Natalie because, several months back when they announced the oral arguments, people were asking me, hey, can you organize? And I'm like, oh, I can't. I'm going down to do research. And then I had people asking. So I'm like, okay, well, we'll do a silent support, we'll do t-shirts. And then here you came, and I'm like, we have somebody who's actually going to make this happen. So I reached out and I said, hey, I would like to offer you the platform for more exposure to get the word out. So on September 21st, Rick and Kathy, the defense, everybody that supports them can see the support brought all together in one place. So I'm going to let you take the floor and tell us how you got into this and what to look forward to.
Well, sure. I actually fought getting into the Richard Allen case because of Kiara and
the Flora
Kiana
4?
and Kiani and Kiriel, the Flora 4, because that received so little publicity at all. And then people would bring up the Delphi case and I'd say, well, what's going on with the Flora thing, right? So I was kind of aggravated, but I had several people talking to me about it. And they didn't feel like they had the right person. And then earlier this year, I listened to a random podcast, and there was a defense attorney that was a special guest there. And then I went down that road, and then some other attorney roads. Then I got the Frank's memo. Then I had to get everything. And then I started watching anybody who was talking about it. And I just don't, of course, I don't feel good about it. I just think this happens more than we know.
It does.
Yep. And the lack of transparency. So there's probably lack of transparency other places. And so my sister and I were talking. She and I are the coordinators. She's Stephanie is her name. And she's like, I'm tired of being scared. If not us, who? Right. So we are just, she's a nurse. I'm a semi-retired educator. So we're just two regular people that, we haven't done a lot of research. We are clearly, if you've seen my videos and everything, we are not professional content creators. We're not legal experts. We're just your normal run-of-the-mill citizens who read about this and said, this isn't right.
Yeah.
And the fact that, I'll go out to dinner with people and I ask them about it, even here in Indiana, because we are located in Indiana, I'll say things like, did you know that we put him in solitary confinement for over 13 months while he was presumed innocent? Well, no. Oh, did you? So people really still don't know. And so I figured this is an opportunity to get more spotlight on Rick's case. And my sister and I went back and forth about including the Flora 4. But I just said, I know it could get convoluted, but it's really justice for all. And the fact that both are located in Carroll County, and there's just been stinky things about both of them. I just want to make sure that we get some spotlight there too. So
I don't know if you've watched today's lives thus far, but we did just discuss the Flora 4, and
I know you have before. Thank you.
And the connection to there's multiple layers of connections between the Patties and their business and their appraisal business versus, the Patrick Westfall angle. Patrick Westfall lived several doors behind Galen's home. And we just played the actual dash cam from the night of the fire where Patrick's ex-wife says she believes that's Patrick walking in front of the dash cam. So
you get stuff, girl. I'll give it to you. You get some stuff.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
That's why I'm up. That's why I'm up all night.
That's why you're up all night. And why you're good at what you do. Yes. Yeah. I also want to mention to people before we get started that just by grace, I've managed to get a great leadership team that's helping as well that will be there that day. My sister who's the nurse, and then I have actually someone who is former law enforcement who worked homicide for many years is on my leadership team. And I have a travel planner who's extremely detail oriented, who is helping me with the work with the State House to make sure we're in a place that's visible, but also safe and considerate to family. And just make sure we have, all those things that you just don't think about. So she's very detail oriented. And then I also have a behavior specialist who's on my leadership team. So
wow,
we have a really nice group that's helping.
So this is shaping up to be a very well organized event.
We're sure trying.
Exactly what this case needs. Honest to God. Appreciate you. I'm so glad you're here.
Thank you.
That's
why to be here.
We've done over 50 episodes of the Delphi Vault after Rick was convicted. Going back,
I've seen several, not all.
There's
several.
tons. There's tons.
Yes.
But we've, since Rick's conviction, to keep, I'm a small channel, but we do have a very solid following, and there's newbies trickling in all the time. But because of the oral arguments coming up, I've been talking about doing this marathon, basically taking the case itself and, putting it together in kind of a marathon fashion like we've done, and to keep the light shining on this case. And once we'll have probably new things to talk about finally once we have oral arguments.
Yes, of course.
What is to follow. So
yes. And I also want everybody here to know that if you have seen my YouTube videos, which I really intend for them to, let's see, I've got, I did parts 1 and I haven't finished 2 because, oh my gosh, Amy, the work that goes into it. It's like lesson planning, but this particular subject just is taking forever. But each point of the oral arguments, and then we have one on signage and safety, and one on talking points in case the press comes up to you and you don't just go
Blah.
You're right, because that's what happens. It happens all the time. So that's probably about all you'll see from me. But what you see really focuses just on the case, just like the appellate hearing would, right? So I don't have all of the cool stuff that you guys have been able to pull out. And I'm aware of that, but I can only, like I said, I'm just a citizen. I can focus on what I've seen, so just FYI, I do know that there's a lot more, and mine's just like a little 20-minute snippet of a point and move on. So
okay, well,
but I do thank people for letting me know when something, if I'm not accurate.
If you would please, will you drop your YouTube link in the chat?
Sure, if I know how to do that. Let's see here.
Or you can email it to me and I can do it for you, because I checked your emails and it's not in your emails.
Okay. Well, thanks for bringing that up. That's a valid point. I'm going to just send that to you right now, but it's the handle R for R-S21. There we go. And I will be sure to link that. Thank you, Amy, for bringing that to my attention.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And I'm not, listen, I love it if you subscribe, but this is not forever. So, like, don't feel pressured, but I will constantly keep people updated on there if there are changes, so on and so forth, as we get closer to.
Okay. I've got it. I'm going to drop it in the chat right now. So do you want to talk? Okay, I have all of your slides.
Yeah.
Loaded. I have your slides loaded. And what would you like me to pull up first? You want to talk about the badge, or do you want to talk about?
We'll talk about the objectives first, and like why they're the objectives and what aren't the objectives and why.
Okay, here we go.
That's okay. Okay. So the goal is that we get at least 100 supporters to bring more exposure to the case, cases. And our messaging revolves around due process, includes fair trials, that any evidence that could affect the case is included.
Okay.
And that no one presumed innocent should be housed in solitary confinement in a maximum security prison. And that constitutional rights, it doesn't matter. Like, even if you're someone who believes that Richard Allen is guilty, but you can recognize the fact that things were a little iffy in the background. But constitutional rights have nothing to do whether we believe, or doubt the person that's accused. I think it's so unfortunate the way that Richard deteriorated in solitary confinement, and someone who would just see him would could possibly have some thoughts in their head about whether or not he was guilty or not, just based on how he looked. So, and then of course, justice should never forget the victims whose cases remain unsolved. That's really the messages that we want to get out. It's, at the end of the day, it's really due process, new trial, fair trial.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And don't forget about our 4 girls. And also, I apologize. My thing up at the top says 7:30 to 8:30, and I don't even know where that came from. It is 7:30 to 9. So if you are not going to make it at 7:30, you still have time. So I apologize. I don't even know why that was ever typed. But thus is my life, I guess, you know.
So it's 7:30 to
9 a.m.
Okay.
Yes.
So let me pop over to the next one.
Okay. So this is not part of our rally objective. We're not there for this instance to prove Richard Allen's factual innocence. And I'm going to speak to why this is. We're not there to solve the case or point the finger at somebody else who, if we think we've solved the case, and we're not there to solve the Flora case. And I only say that because for safety reasons and just regardless of your thoughts on Michelle Obama, I love when they go low, we go high. We intend to be class acts.
Good.
And we want to just focus on getting the word out about the case and the injustices and make it clear that we are there for due process. That's the message. Right. And I would hate, that doesn't mean we can't talk about our theories in a small group if we're chatting away while we're there. But we want to be very sensitive to the fact that there are family members that will be there. There are people who may be involved in some capacity there. And we, in order to keep ourselves safe, let's not accuse anyone. Let's not just anything that would hurt your feelings as a parent. We you know, because I think, if I'm not wrong, and like I said, I'm just a girl, I think that the families believe in the conviction, if I'm not mistaken, and that could have changed. I don't know. But if they do, we have to understand why. You know, as a parent, I'm sure you want to be able to trust law enforcement, so on and so forth. So we just want to be really careful about our message and what we say, and make sure we're respectful of everyone.
Well, that's in this community. Everybody's so passionate that you know, and there's so many, I guess, opinions and theories, and people take things to heart. And
yes,
I think I think what you're promoting is exactly what this case needs, in the nick of time, to be honest, in the nick of time. So again, kudos to you.
No, thank you. We're trying. Also, even though I had this later, I think it just kind of blends into this. I wanted to just talk about some of signage. If you want to have a sign, you can. Just know that if you want to get into the room, which I don't know if they'll pack the house or not, and you know, they're going to cast it out in the hallway, and I think you're casting it, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? So there are ways that we can see it. Oh, casting the oral arguments webcast.
Yeah, I will be streaming it. Actually, I already have the link up.
That's what I thought. Okay. So there are still ways we can see it. As much as I'd love to be in that room, you know, I know that they're prioritizing, of course, the families, attorneys, so on and so forth, and then the press. So, and you know, I'm just willing to sacrifice my spot, even though it would be an awesome experience, so that the people who get the word out and have the following can get in there. But I wanted to let you all know that if you do have a sign, if it has any kind of stick on it, that's not allowed in. And it can't be any bigger than 24 by 24. So if you're ready to throw it in the trash and go in, that's fine. Or you may want to keep your sign to 24 by 24 inches.
Okay, that's good
just
to know.
as an FYI. And in terms of signage, I haven't done my video on it yet. true confession. I wanted my sign to say Judge Gall does not equal justice for all, but I have found that that is not classy. So I'm gonna I'm gonna do something to keep it real.
Well, it's factual. It's factual.
Right.
So I think that takes it out of the category of unclassy. It is very factual. That is a fact.
Yeah, I think so. But some of the suggestions that I've received are things like new trial now, rights for Rick, justice for all, due process for Delphi, of course, rally for rights, rally for Rick, justice requires due process, new trial for Richard Allen. That's great. That's a great sign because it makes people go, why?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they'll look it up. So I also like no fair trial equals no true justice. So there are just some ideas. But yeah, we want to keep the signs classy. But yeah, if you're planning on going in, then just know that you gotta have a smaller sign or be willing to pitch your sign.
Okay. So are you planning on creating a video with all that information in it?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
That will be not this week, but next week. Yeah, not this coming week, but the following week.
Okay. So would you mind emailing it to me and I can post it on?
No, I don't mind at all.
Perfect.
Yeah, let me just make sure that I put it. Let me put it on my calendar so that I really do it. Because if I just put it someplace random, then I might forget. So yes. Email. And I spelled your name right in my calendar. I'm sorry, I spelled it incorrectly.
Oh, that's okay.
Email I saw. Email, signage, and safety. Okay. Yep, you got it.
Is there? Can you, in reference to the courthouse? Where is the state house? Or is it the same thing?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing. So
it's the same thing.
Okay. I've not been to Indianapolis in years. So I didn't know if that was all kind of, because see, like here, our state house is separate from the courthouse. So I didn't know.
No. Nope, it's in there. Yeah, it's all there.
Perfect. Do you want to discuss the buttons?
Sure. These buttons that I've put them on order, but they are not okay. They haven't been through their final draft yet, just so you know. I see that there's some issues, and if anybody here is into graphic design and has some advice, email me at rallyforr@gmail.com and I will take it. But there will be some changes to it, but I wanted to give you the gist of the badges that will pass out that day. And I want to make it clear, I know some people don't want to be wearing black and white because that was our color scheme, as, you know, heartbreak and loss, but also hope for all the victims. And that's okay if you don't want to follow the dress code, that's okay. And if you don't want a badge to wear that day, you can put it in your pocket, or you can just say no thank you. It's not a requirement for our rally. I've had some people be like, well, I don't want to, and I'm like, nobody's going to force you to. We're pretty level-headed, kind, flexible people. So at least that's what we rally for. So this right now is the button. It needs some modifications on the rally rights. Like the punctuation is obnoxious, and I don't know, and I think that this date needs to be lightened just ever so slightly. But you will receive a button as long as there's not more than 150 people there, which, I mean, that would be amazing. But, you know, I'm trying to be realistic.
Are you getting a lot of good feedback, like an overabundance amount of feedback as far as that you feel the numbers will be high?
Yes, I feel like they will be higher than I did when we first decided to do this, if that means anything. And I did want to bring up too, if you all out there, if you are going, would you email me at Rally for R and just let me know how many people? And if you're not comfortable with that, Amy, would you mind if they emailed you instead and you could just pass it along and let me know? I don't need to know who your name or who you are. I would just like to have a number, because I'm also, because it's so early, I want to have donuts and water in the morning for people because it's early. And so I really don't want a million donuts left over, and I don't want to not have enough either. So
awesome.
If you could just kind of let me know. Like I said, I don't need to know all your deets. But it would just be helpful.
So guys, if I will post her email in the chat, and if you would like to send her an email to let her know that you will be attending, and
or even just the number. We're bringing 2, we're bringing 6. We've got, it's just 1, whatever. That's all I need.
Okay. I got it in the chat.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And if you need if there's any changes or updates that you want out in the airwaves, please, by all means,
I'll email you.
And
I will.
And between all of us creators, if you communicate with us all, you're going to reach a good amount of people. So
good. I wanted to let people know too that things to bring. I'm going to have, I believe they are antibacterial wet wipes, but I'll have wet wipes. So you don't need to worry about baby wipes or anything like that. But make sure you wear comfortable shoes. If you're somebody who tires easily, you can have a folding chair. There is room for that. But yeah, make sure that you're comfortable. But yeah, I did want to mention the chairs.
rallyforr@gmail.com. Oh, wait a minute. I see what you're saying, Radar. I accidentally included the little arrow. Let me fix that. Don't use that, guys. Let me copy this again.
Story of my life. I can't even get the right time on my slides. You guys are like, we can't trust her. She can't even get the right time on her slides. But no, I promise I'll get it fixed. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. It's overwhelming.
It is. I mean, it really is just like planning lessons for school and all the details. Yes, and you make mistakes. It's just part of it. Yeah.
When I owned my business, we used to travel a lot, and I mean, there's nothing more hectic than trying to stay ahead of being there early and making sure everything is going the way it's supposed to be going. So I understand.
Yes.
Exactly. It is. Yes. You're taking on a huge task, and I think everybody owes you a great deal of thank you, because
well, thank you. I mean, happy to do it.
Perfect. Well, I will. Is there anything else that you want to add?
No, I don't know if anybody has posted any questions that they have. If there are questions,
let me write
and I can answer them now. I will.
Okay, let me just check. If you have a question and you haven't posted it, go ahead and post it now. This chat moves so fast, I have to scroll back through. The badge, I called it a badge. It's actually a button.
That you pin on.
You can pin it on your shirt, and the image is on the screen.
Yeah. And then when it's over, I'm just going to stick a magnet on the back of mine and put it on my fridge.
So, and just to clarify, the no t-shirts in the courthouse. Is that what you're saying?
I know. I don't know about that rule.
Okay. Because I know that I'm reading the chat here. That's why I'm asking you. Okay.
Oh, someone just said that. Oh, I had not seen that yet. Okay.
and
radar, that's interesting because that's not what I was told. So let me double check. Let's double check. I'll get a hold of the State House and confirm that. And I'll get back to you on that too. So let's make sure we get our dress code and our confirmed signs.
Can I ask how far from Delphi you are? You don't have to tell me what city or county.
Oh, no.
Distance.
Under 2 hours.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had seen something like that posted in one of the Delphi groups, and it looked like it did come straight from the court. It looked like a copy and paste from a link.
Okay.
So I had wondered about that because I've worked on another case, and that's not at the appellate. It was not the appellate level. It was at the state level, and the judge issued an order pre-trial that they were not allowing, more so in the case itself, justice for so and so, or they didn't want to see any of that type of.
Well, and I did wonder about that with the pins, to be honest, and that's why I say stick them in your bag, put them in your pocket, whatever.
Definitely take a pin and save it.
Yeah, because I wanted you to have a keepsake if you came and you helped rally. Have a keepsake.
And as we have no idea where this case is going to go, and that button might be used repeatedly down the road.
Yeah. Thank you though for telling me about that, because I'm definitely going to talk to my State House person about that. And I wouldn't be at all surprised too, even if they do allow 24 by 24, if there wasn't an order like that in place for this, that would not shock me.
Right.
Yeah.
And I want to throw it out there because I know how passionate everybody is about this case. Be respectful of the courthouse rules, and they do have limited space. So bickering or anything like that outside, trying to get in, it's just not worth it. If myself, I'm going to be there, and I've already made the decision that if getting closer to the 21st, if we realize, I'm not camping out in downtown Indianapolis at 3:00 in the morning.
No, it's not a good idea. I mean, ever since COVID, that's not a good idea.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. And if I'm not, and I know that they're going to have a stand away room where you can watch, but I've been told that it's standing room only. That is not, I don't want to do that. If I'm not in the courtroom and I can't see the judges directly in front of me, I would rather stream it from the courthouse stream.
Yeah.
And that way I feel like I'm there. But
yes.
So if you guys, if you find yourself in that position, it is what it is, in advance, it's not, this is not open to the public. This is limited.
Well, and I was so disappointed because I thought starting at 7:30 would be a good time so that people, and then you have an ending at 9, then you have an hour, because I thought it would be a little more controlled. But I read the other day that they're going to open the doors at 7:30.
Okay.
So that makes things difficult too, because if people want to rally and they want to see it, then they have to choose.
Correct.
So, and as of now, they will not commit to me which door opens first. Because I want to be very cognizant of our location. The representative is being great to us and wants to give us a place where we would get a lot of notoriety, but I want to make sure that we're not on some stair steps in the middle where every single person attending has to go by us. That doesn't seem classy to me. If we're speaking, do you know what I mean? Like to have like a platform and then have people, because I just can't make it clear enough. While I do believe in Richard's factual innocence, I'm always open. And if I'm wrong and we get a fair trial with real evidence and it's proven, then so be it. I'll say I was wrong, but at least we got the fair trial. That's what we all deserve. And we can't undo that solitary confinement, unfortunately. I mean, I think that upsets me more than anything else, to be honest. That's just my take, my feelings.
Well, the solitary confinement and he shouldn't have been in the prison to begin with.
No, not a maximum security prison. No. And I really thought that I don't remember if it's new or there's an expansion, you all will know, in Logansport, which is about 20 to 25 minutes away from Delphi, right across the street from Brad Rosie's office. Mm-hmm. Remember, and they had built new places that were solitary, but it's not like that whole dungeon sort of thing, right? It just, my thinking voice when I read that said that it doesn't make any sense. That makes a lot more sense for a presumed innocent person to be there and in a solitary cell where they are protected and family can easily see them, the attorney's right across the street, than it does to have him hours away in that situation. So that's stinky. It's stinky.
It definitely served the state's purpose, what they did. There's one more thing that I want to let you know. Radar is Ahmad. She's very well versed in Indiana. She is informing us, and this is something that you should ask your
sure, yeah,
your connect. She says the front doors of the courthouse are blocked.
That is correct. It's under construction, so it's actually the south doors that are considered the front doors right now.
Okay, yeah, she said this, and she said the side doors and going through security is like airline security.
That's absolutely true.
Okay.
I have read that, and that part is true.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, it's the state house and the courthouse are in the same building.
Yeah.
Double checking, making sure we're not missing anybody.
And if you do, for some reason, I stay on my email just as best as I can. So you can always email and I'll follow up.
Okay. And I will continue as we get closer, during our streaming to continue to feed the information and remind everybody if there's any updates, I'll get it out for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much. And I appreciate all of you. I mean, wow, that's what you all do. I mean, it's amazing. And that includes you, Questar. So
thank you, Natalie.
Thanks for having me and for
You're very welcome.
Helping get the word out. It's important, and just know we're doing all we can do to make it as organized and safe and enjoyable. I mean, as enjoyable as such a situation can be, but I think that this community is a smart and mighty community, and so it'll be enjoyable to talk to one another. So
I like to think so. And the Radar is asking if people cannot attend, how can they show their support? Do you have
actually the best thing I've had that on my to-do list forever. Really right now the best thing is to just promote it to maybe somebody who can.
Have you considered starting a Facebook group for it? Just a temporarily event group or like an event page?
I started that, and for reasons I can't disclose, but you can probably make a great inference. My Facebook is down at the moment. So somebody's welcome to, like,
well,
you know, yeah.
I had with the t-shirts before we learned about this. I had, you know, because we have people, I mean, I have people in my chat every stream, you know, from, you know, Australia, UK, Scotland.
Yeah.
Actually, we have a family from Scotland coming over for oral arguments, which I think is absolutely incredible. So I had suggested, you know, if they got a t-shirt, send me a picture. And I will kind of do a collage, and we'll make sure that it's, you know, and I'll see about the Facebook.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that, but you know, we do what we can. We do what we can.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's been a lot of that in this case. You know, things just disappear. So
right. Yeah. So. All right. Well, thank you. I hope that I hope you can make it. And
I'm definitely be there.
I know you will be there, and I'm excited to meet you in person, and I'm excited to meet your crew in person. And no one will be alone. So if it's only you, don't be afraid. Come up and find us. We will have, I haven't decided what yet, but I think it'll probably be like a ribbon underneath the badge so that you know who's in charge.
Okay.
And find one of us if you're feeling out of sorts.
Okay. And one last question. Are you accepting donations?
I haven't come up with a way to do that, but it's something I've thought about because it is starting to get a bit pricey. Let's just put that as a maybe down the line. But I think I really, really appreciate that. I'm trying to just take care of it, but we'll see. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you do end up with a link that I can pass along, by all means, send it.
Yeah, because what I don't want to do is make money off of it. But that's only because that's just not my intent. So but I will let you know.
Okay. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. It was lovely.
You're welcome. All right.
Okay.
See you soon. See you soon. All right. Bye, Natalie.
Bye.
That was awesome. I'm so glad it's going to be well organized, and this case needs that badly. So yeah, I will, I'll put the t-shirts back in there one more time. Let me see here. Where is it? I haven't even looked at that to see how many people have even gotten a t-shirt. I know I have to go over there and look. Okay, so I do have, let me see here. That's why I was kind of multitasking here. So I do have another guest that might be popping in, and you will not want to miss it. I just got informed. Someone's been listening. So stick around. And in the meantime, we are going to Quester. Before we move on to, we've got, is there anything that you want to follow up on with the odorous, the crime scene, anything that you feel we haven't touched on? Have we left any of the aspects of that off the table?
I think the only thing is, since the main name's been given are Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder, could they have been there? That's the only thing that we didn't touch on.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Since the two main names that you touched upon were Westfall and Holder, perhaps a quick look at, could they have been there at any time?
Okay, that's right. So which doc is that? Do we have one?
I don't know.
You sent me, let me see.
I think I sent you one recently about Holder. Oh, in regard to his job times.
Let me see, Delphi. I'm looking. You probably sent me 30 documents.
Is that all?
That's all. Yeah.
Oh, I'll dig the other 70 out.
Okay. I don't see it. Do you have it that you can pull it up and kind of pull from and discuss from? Because that is a big deal. The day, you know, when Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder were interviewed, you know, it was actually the office clerk from Brad's job out there at the dump where he worked, or the landfill where he worked, where she was interviewed. She was the one who took care of the timesheets. And, you know, she really, the problem with his time card is the fact that their time cards are kept in an office on a wall. So it would be, hold on. One second. Quester, take over for just 1 second. They're having problems getting in. Take over 1 second, okay, and explain what the problem is with Brad's time card clock.
All right. Well, the issue with Brad Holder is that law enforcement said he had a cast iron alibi, could not have been there. He's at work, he clocked in, he clocked out, he left, he went to the gym. There's no time for him to be there. On its face, it looked like they were right. However, when you dig in a little bit deeper, it starts to fall apart. Now, Brad Holder worked at the landfill in Buffalo. In 2017, there were about 20 employees. And there was a Susan Case there, and her job, or one of her jobs, was to check the clock cards every day. And she used to do that sometime about 6:30 in the morning.
Quester, 1 second. Can anybody in chat, if I have shared the link to join, and the person doesn't have YouTube or Facebook, and they're getting a notification that says they have to have YouTube or Facebook to do that on the StreamYard link, is there a different pathway that I can tell them how to access the stream? Please and thank you. And Chester, to answer your question, no.
I found the document. I'll send it to you.
For the Brad Holder document?
Yes.
Okay. Can someone advise in chat about the path that someone can connect to be on stream that's not on YouTube or Facebook? I didn't think they needed it. I thought they could go through Safari.
Sent it to you, Amy.
Okay. But keep going, Quester, for just a second while I kind of sort this out.
I was basically reading from that document. But to continue, a quick outline of landfill in Buffalo. Is off the. You go off the 16 and you pull straight into the access to it. In front of you, there's a turn off to the left. And if you go straight on, you go past the cameras, which record arrivals and people leaving. As you go through there, There's a small building and the scale house. It's actually a trailer right in front of you. Then there is what they call the gas technician's room. And next comes up the break room. And that's where the employees clock in, clock out. Now there were five cameras on site. Susan can only recall 2 cameras inside the scale house and 1 at the entrance to exit. Now the odd thing is, when law enforcement went out there, they did not examine the videos from them or even request to see the clocking records. Now in 2017, there was only one way in and out, the entrance that I've just described to you. However, employees could leave by going around that entrance office. They could go around the back and come out past the camera and leave that way. So it's quite possible to enter and leave without being seen. So we start with, even if they had seen the videos and did not see his vehicle on it, it would mean nothing. In 2017, the shifts there were 5 in the morning to 1:30 and 7 in the morning to 4 o'clock. And when they hire you, they assigned you to a shift and you stayed on that all the time you're employed. If you wanted to do overtime, that was only the ops manager's choice. But if you really wanted to, you could just stay there and not clock out. And then the ops manager would then decide whether to approve or refuse the extra you've done. If you refused it, you've lost your hours. Now the first shift, the 5 o'clock one, 5 people come in. They come in to run the machinery. There's a dozer, a compactor, a tipper, and an excavator. And note, that's 4 pieces of machinery. 5 people coming in to do it. Later on, another group of 4 comes in and they can swap shifts with the 4 people operating those machines. And then later on, another group of 4. So you see, they're concentrating on 4 machines, yet 5 people come in. Now, Susan said that the punching in system, she said it was like the shape of a credit card and a credit card machine. You swiped it on the side of a clock and it would show your punch-in time. It has a number on it which represents you, so they know it's you who clocked in. Yeah. There's no camera in the room. Those cards are kept in a rack next to the clock. There's no lock on them, so anyone can access anyone's card. There's also no requirement to leave your card on site. You could take it home with you. So in short, there's absolutely nothing to stop someone clocking in or out for somebody else. Now, Susan said that she thought if someone did that, a missing operator would be noticed, as a machine would not be operating. Well, that's not quite true. 4 machines, 5 people. You could still operate the 4 machines with 4 people. And if anyone's clocking in for you, they're not going to say, are they?
Right.
So this clocking in machine is almost useless. And when she was asked about that in her deposition, she reckoned the ops manager would know if someone did that, because people would call him and tell him. Well, again, yeah, right. You've just illegally clocked in your mate so that he can scam the company for an extra hour, And the first thing you're going to do is run to the ops manager and say, hey, guy, guess what I just did? Right.
And Brad Holder's best friend did work there with him.
Oh, yeah. Chris Shank. Interesting name, isn't
it? Yes, it is.
But now, Sarah also said, now think carefully on this, Brad Holder worked there in February 2017 as an operator. Let's put aside that she chose to say February 2017. Funny sort of choice to isolate that month. But then she said he was hired in 2005, 2006 and worked there for 7 to 8 years. A quick bit of maths would mean he only worked there until 2014 at the very latest, according to her numbers. So according to her, he wasn't even working there in 2017. He'd left 3 years before. Now, what she did say is that Brad Holder had a record of disciplinaries for tardy and calling off, and eventually got sacked for it. Now, she couldn't recall if Brad Holder worked on the 13th of February, yet somehow she was nevertheless sure his card was swiped in at 5 minutes to 5 on the 13th. I'm not quite sure how, if you don't even know whether he was even in that day, you'd know the exact minute that he clocked in. Seems a bit weird.
Didn't Brad say that he rode to work with someone that day?
Yes.
But yet he's still clocking in at the gym. He's putting his physical location as clocking in the gym while he's technically supposed to be still at work. So
yeah. Another interesting thing is that Ron Logan said that early in the morning, he drove a friend of his to work at the landfill and dropped him off there and came back. We know who that sounds like. There's not that many people that could be.
Right.
Apparently, Brad would drive several different vehicles. That makes it even easier to check if he was there, doesn't it?
It does.
He had a junky red truck that had a G on the front bumper, which she said is a Masonic symbol. He also had a brown truck and a grey Jeep. Now, she said that Brad Holder and Chris Shank hung around a lot together and were on the same shift. Chris Shank is Chris Shank's partner's sister was married to Brad. So we've now got a potential friend of his who could clock him in.
That's I mean, there's so many open-ended issues with this case that they could have pursued. I mean, that the first week of this investigation, they're at Brad Holder's job, and they're offered the camera footage, and they don't bother to take it. So to me, that is still a stone left unturned.
There's a lot of stones unturned. They didn't bother to check absolutely anything. They just took his word for it that he was there between those times. But they didn't search out any evidence one way or the other. And things such as, like you said, with the gym, belie him. You can't be at the gym and at work at the same time.
Right. What do we have on Patrick Westfall about his location that day? And mind you, Patrick Westfall showed up for a police interview and gladly turned over his phone. That was a brand new phone, or he had swiped it all clean. I can't remember.
I think he wiped it off clean. And the sort of thing you do before you go to the police station, isn't it?
Yeah. And they didn't bat an eye at that.
No. Well, judging by the amount of people that seem to be wiping their phone around then.
Right. Let me check here. Okay. We're getting there, guys. I'm so excited for this.
Yeah, I have a little note here. Vito interviewed Westfall and Holder. He noted Westfall's phone was white. He didn't ask about Holder's phone. The reason why he didn't is he had the work records. Well, he didn't. He just had what Brad Holder had said.
Give me 1 second, Quester. I'm sorry.
Sure.
You got it, though. You're doing good.
Patrick Westfall. He was interviewed in 2017, almost immediately. So presumably his is one that got lost as well. He submitted his DNA. And then 4 days after that, he gave a 4.5-hour polygraph, which he says he passed. Nobody else has said he did. Nothing has ever been said about his DNA test.
Well, we've never heard about anybody other than what is kind of in the supplemental reports that I have about who whose DNA was tested. I believe Derek's was tested, or at least it was collected. Other than that, I mean, we don't know who they cross-checked.
No, they've given us no idea at all.
Okay, I need to send one more email, guys.
In his interview, he said that he and Brad Holder had a falling out because Brad was half in, half out of the religion, and was showing up regularly at Westfall's house to practice. He called it a Sartre. According to him, FBI came to his house and interviewed him for an hour in 2017, but nobody's ever heard of that happening.
And they were never able to even secure an alibi for Patrick Westfall.
No.
I mean, I think he said that he was home with his son all day.
Yeah, and then another time he said because of an injury he got in Afghanistan, he can't even remember what he ate that morning.
I'm coming, guys. Just give me 1 second. Okay. I just got it sent. Okay. We should be good now. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. But Quester, you did phenomenal. You know that like the back of your hand. So Julie was asking, my question is, who clocked in right before him and after him, and how close in proximity of time was it? And take a good hard look at those two. Exactly. They didn't pursue it. They just did not pursue it. Okay. Anything else about the alibis, Quester, that you can think of that we need to touch on before I pull up the PDF?
Only the simple thing that if he did leave, if Bertholder did leave his work at the time he was supposed to, he had more than enough time to get to the trials to be involved.
Do you know what the distance is on that?
Just under 30 minutes. I'm trying to remember. I think it's 22 miles.
And what kind of car did you say he drove? That he had at that time? I'm sorry.
They're not sure, but they seem to be hinting that it's his junky red car.
A car, or because I thought that he had a truck as well.
Junky red truck, sorry.
Junky red truck.
But he also had a brown truck and a Jeep, a green Jeep.
A green Jeep and a junky red truck.
And a brown truck, yeah.
And a brown truck.
Yeah, could be one of those three.
Okay. And what about Westfall? Do we know?
I don't know, no.
Okay. Does anybody in chat know? Does anybody in chat know what kind of vehicle Westfall was driving in 2017?
Dragon Mama says Bertholder also had a black car at one time. Black Ford Focus, 2015. Ooh.
Indy Cindy. Isn't that crazy?
Isn't that just?
That is crazy. And she said Westfall lived in Whiteman's house.
Yeah, Whiteman owned a few houses, I believe.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, the research that I did, the house that he was living in Florida, also the same property owner had the house across from Canal Park where Westfall was living. And he literally lived in the same area as, it's a little bit further closer to downtown Delphi, but he lived in the same area as Rayleigh Voorhees and Bree Wilbur. That's how close he was to the trails.
And I think the Whiteman they're talking about, his first name was Richard.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to pull up. We're going to get to the now. When my guest, if my guest makes it in, we're going to cut straight to the guest.
As far as Bertholder, think back to what I said about when we were talking about the sacrifice elements, that the peasant Gothy does not have to be there at the start or at the finish, just has to turn up when the performance is actually happening. And by those times, Bertholder could easily have been there in enough time to do that.
So that would
Chester asked, is he still doing the vending machines? I think that was Brad Weber, wasn't it?
Yes, it was Brad Weber. And I don't know. And Radar says there was only 4 days of data on Patrick Westfall's phone. There's so many documents and depositions in this case, and it's there's a lot of it I've got embedded, but some of it I don't. 4 days of data, no big deal in a double homicide. Yeah, Indy Cindy, that's what I said. That's what I said earlier. Indy Cindy says, like if Brad Holder was playing the paganism, why is he the priest?
Well, if you're making up your own games, you can give yourself any title, I suppose, can't you? Could be the Great Pooh Bear.
Right. That's the correct tip. Okay, guys, I'm going to bring on, there we go. Welcome to the stage, Andy Baldwin.
Hello.
I am so glad you reached out and said you could make it.
Yeah, I appreciate you inviting me. And when I heard you were doing a marathon, I thought I'd come on. If anybody ever doubts that I'm an old guy that doesn't have technological savvy, it was just proven over the last 15 or 20 minutes. I have no Facebook, no YouTube or whatever. So I had to, do the best I could. So I appreciate everybody's patience. So
that's
brilliant to see you, Andy.
Hey, good to see you. Yeah, I mean, I want everybody to know this, by the way. I don't get on, I've been on Bob Motta's shows, I think most people would know, but I don't really do anything. This is kind of my first one of these, I don't know what you would call it, content creator and driven. I know that there is some type of weird thing going on with people, and there's one side and the other side and this side and that side. And I don't understand why. And maybe I've got something to do. I just don't understand why it is, but it is time to stop, people.
Thank you.
It is time to stop. If I've done something to offend somebody, I apologize. If Brad, Rosie, or Jennifer has done something, they apologize. If Amy has done something, I'm sure she would have apologized. I just don't understand why we can't all rally around justice and due process and freedom and all the things that make this case provide the passion to people that it has provided. I understand passion can go a lot of different ways, and there can be some weird infighting, but for crying out loud, it is time to I just hope that whatever it is it really worth it? Can you reflect on what it is? And just stop that. And because there's work to be done. The way Amy had reached out to me, and she had sent me some, examples of her work on the timeline. And as I've been saying on Bob's show a number of times, we on the defense side, whether I'm going to be the lawyer on this or not, whoever it is, cannot afford to not allow the people that actually have the knowledge and a real good understanding of the facts to be assisting in some way. And so I've been, since I'm no longer the attorney on the case, I don't know that I will be, maybe I shouldn't be, I don't know, but there's probably arguments for that. But what I can tell you is that I will not go to the next trial not finding out what everybody knows that really has a legitimate interest in this case, like Amy, like I feel like Amy does. And I don't know Quester, I see his name up there, but he said, I was listening a little bit as I was trying to hook up here, and he had a really good knowledge of the Brad Holder, the alibi that he claims existed that should have been looked into more. And that tells me he knows what's going on too, just that little bit. And those are the people that I'm interested in dealing with, not people interested in clicks, or whatever that you call them, not people interested in making money off of this, but people interested in justice for the girls. I always talk about justice for Richard Allen, but the first time you get on this case and you see the crime scene photos, and it makes you upset as a human being to know that those girls suffered through some type of horrible trauma, and that's how they ended their life. That's how they ended their life that way. And whoever did that, the number of people, and it's more than one person for sure, whoever did that, they need to be found, and they need to be, justice needs to happen for those girls and for those people. And then, of course, Rick Allen. So.
Yeah. And
100% agree.
To touch on what you just talked about the discord in the dissension in this case, I've tried to understand it. I've tried to chalk it up to passion and the following of the case for years, and the lack of transparency and the not knowing, and people having to form a lot of their own opinions, which then in turn become their own personal facts of the case. Things have along the way gotten off track, and you're absolutely right. People need to pull back in, regroup, support Rick in what's happening in Indiana right now. And I don't know if you had the opportunity, because you said that you were driving initially, but I just had on Natalie, who's organizing the rally at the State House. It sounds like it's going to go extremely well. It's very well planned and organized. And I'm going to, as she sends me info, I'm going to keep the community updated. But yeah, absolutely. It's important. And we're going to get a lot more done together than we are, working on the opposite side of the fence as the same team. That just doesn't actually work.
Good. And Natalie, I actually met her. She had reached out and said she was interested in that. And I said, listen, I don't think I can have anything to do with that. Mm-hmm. But I fully support citizens on both sides, frankly. Mm-hmm. Those, I don't know I don't know who in the world is out there that thinks that Rick Allen got a fair trial. Okay.
Exactly.
But if they are out there, they have a right to get up and do their business as well. And I support that. And I support, obviously, anybody that wants to support Richard Allen. And more importantly, I don't know if it's more important, but it's equally important, the due process rights that were not afforded him, because it's scary when you do what I do for a living as a criminal defense trial lawyer, and you see people's due processes rights, the due process rights, vanquished. They're eliminated in various situations. And there are dirty cops out there. There absolutely are. And there's really terrific ones as well. And there's great prosecutors out there, and there's really bad ones as well. And we need to weed out those bad ones. And one way to do it is to shine a light on the ones that are, hiding evidence, like Nick McClelland. And judges, there's good judges and there's bad judges. And, the bad ones need a light shined on them as well. And Judge Gall, in my opinion, I am a human being. We lawyers get scrutinized if we, scrutinize judges. I don't understand that. I don't agree with it if it's accurate. If ethically that's accurate. I've been saying factually what Judge Gall did that was wrong, and I challenge anybody to tell me that I cannot say that as a citizen. I'm not saying that as a lawyer. I'm saying that as a citizen.
Mm-hmm. I don't think you're going to get any arguments here on that at all.
No. And I appreciate the, I was listening as I was driving in to the, I'm the most passionate in terms of it is ultimately a whodunit, who did this crime. I know it wasn't Rick. I believe that with all my heart. But it almost feels like we do have to solve the crime almost, and that's not right. It's not right. And I don't even because I would defend anybody that I'm pointing the finger at, or that through the Franks memo or whatever, people that I suggest might be involved. If I were a defense lawyer, I would defend them too, because this is what I do. And so, but at the same time, when I'm defending Richard Allen and I see that on day one of this investigation, Norse paganism was to be, not by me, not by the crazy defense lawyer, but by state police and local police. That was the thought. And then when right away you find out that Abby was dating whatever young, junior high age girls call it, and guys, when she's dating a guy who has been to Norse pagan Odin Asatru ceremonies with his father, that's, I mean,
we went,
yeah.
that's kind of where we started today, was starting with, the Frank's motion and, how it all assembled literally early on with Brad Holder. And then you bring in Elvis Field's sister coming forward, and you see the state, or the investigators are still investigating that angle a year after the fact. It's 2018, where they're just then giving her a polygraph. They're just then getting Elvis Fields interviewed when he discusses him spitting on the girls. It's definitely a facet of this case that it cannot be ignored. And I've just tried to reiterate all day, the jury never heard this.
Yeah, it's actually just, I am very hopeful that the Court of Appeals is not going to get it wrong, because in my opinion, any other decision but reversing this would be wrong. And I respect the Court of Appeals. I've got to say all these things, and I mean it, I really do. But it's just crazy to me that a citizen was not allowed to throw into the mix the possibility that others committed it, when the others that we are pointing the finger at as possibly committing it were investigated by police and law enforcement, and they were investigated for a reason, because there was lots of links, way more links to Brad Holder and Patrick Westphal. I mean, read the Frank's memo. And even that Frank's memo from September the 18th of 2023, there were 3 other Frank's memos, motions filed later that gave further evidence. And then, like Quester was saying, when in August of 2023, August the 10th is when I deposed, and Brad Rosie and I deposed Jerry Holman. He's I guess the lead investigator. And at the very end of the deposition, I mean, you can read it. I think the deposition's out there I think it was released, but near the very end of it, I'm saying to Jerry, you've got to investigate these guys. You got to re-interview these guys. And I got into it, because I said, you're not going to do that. I mean, and he said, you don't know me. And I know who guys like you are. And so then when you see Dave Vito's really ridiculous, I don't know if Brad Holder, so 2 things happened in August. Within 2 weeks, they could not find the Purdue professor that we were looking for, that they claim that this is who Holman claimed the Purdue professor was the person that said, this is not Odinism or cult, anything like that. And so we wanted to talk to that Purdue professor starting August 10th. And they claimed they could not find him. They did find Brad Holder pretty quickly. They did find Patrick Westphal. And so with Patrick Westphal, he came in and his phone had been wiped clean. And
we just talked about that. Yeah.
And when I asked later on at a second deposition of I think it was Holman and Liggett, doesn't that concern you? Of course they had to, they said what? Yeah, no, that's not unusual. If Richard Allen had wiped his phone clean, you better believe that was going to be a problem. If Richard Allen was affiliated with Odinism, you would better believe that would have been front and center for his case. So Patrick Westphal, who's an Asatru, priest in the Asatru religion, and lived very close within minutes of where the girls were found. And
wanted to ask, have you ever, did you ever learn throughout the investigation with Pat Westphal how affiliated with those woods he was?
Well, he admits that he was very, in the one report, the only report, this is to answer your question. Yes, he not only, you don't have to go very far. The only report about Patrick Westphal that occurred before we got on the case was a little needle in the haystack that was about, 5, 6, 7 paragraphs. And in it, Patrick Westphal admitted, yeah, I'm very familiar with those woods. I want you to understand again that this should have been a very key person to investigate. His alibi was very thin. I was at home. Oh, okay. Okay, you're at home. Hi, next door neighbor, next door person. Was Patrick Westfall here? Do you know? I mean, there's basic things that could have been done. And it's bizarre to me. They think it's Norse paganism at this time. In law enforcement, that's why they're talking to him, is because they believe it's Norse paganism. And because of the crime scene. Yet when they talk to him, they, oh, okay, you were at home. We'll just check that off. You're covered, no problem. And and don't bring him in to the station, apparently for a videotaped interview. For a long time, I thought there was a videotaped interview, but I think it was audio taped, and they lost the audio tape, or it was taped over or whatever. But that's no longer there. But Patrick Westfall's alibi is just, it's not really an alibi. And I still, to this day, well, somebody, I don't remember which cop, law enforcement officer it is, probably you, Amy, or Quester, or somebody that follows the case would know the answer to this. But there was one person that I deposed, I believe, and I said, well, why did you not go back and talk to him? Well, he's a big guy, and, he just didn't want to talk to us. It's like, oh, okay. That's a good reason to not talk to somebody. Yeah,
I forget who that was.
That happened. And then on the August 23rd, or whenever Brad Holder was re-interviewed by Dave Vito, if you want to learn how to not conduct an interview of somebody that's a suspect or should be a suspect, watch the Dave Vito interview of Brad Holder in August of 2023 would be a terrific resource. Dave Vito did everything but kiss Brad Holder on the lips. He basically apologized to him. This was an appeasement to the defense. We'll get him in there, no problem. And when Brad Holder walks in, they never ask him for his phone to look at it.
Is that so I know that there was one interview that I thought that they had brought Brad back in for that had no audio.
That's a second.
Okay.
Yeah. So, well, it depends on who you believe, but Brad Holder, I think it was Purdy claims, Trooper Purdy claims that after Becky Patty told him, hey, you might want to look at, I don't know if she said you want to look at it. I think she said Abby was going out with a guy or dating or going with a guy whose dad was into Odinism. And I think it was Trooper Purdy went to talk to Brad Holder, but we don't have that interview. And Brad Holder in his deposition said that I was interviewed 2 times. Once I went down to the Delphi Police Department, and that's the interview that was erased on accident. And the second interview was apparently never recorded, nor was there, not only was it not recorded, guys, there was not even a report made on that, allegedly. So, now I think they've twisted that into, well, we were trying to gain information from Brad. Listen how insane this is. I'm trying to gain, as a law enforcement officer, information about Odinism or Norse paganism from this expert, Brad Holder. I think somebody had said that later on. Regardless, they talked to him 2 times, and they never asked the right questions. Of course, they never bothered to learn the most important types of information. And even the information they learned in the first interview ended up, he changed his story on that in my opinion, pretty dramatically. I never met Abby to the second interview of August 2023. And you got to remember something, everybody. What I'm about to tell you, I'm going to give you 3 time frames of when Brad Holder talked about Abby Williams and whether he met her. Time number 1, I never met her. That is February the 17th, 2023 or 2017. 3 days after their girls are found, they're on to Brad Holder, FBI. There's emails between Doug Carter, the superintendent of the police, and the FBI and other law enforcement agencies saying Brad Holder is one of our top suspects. In that email, it also says when you see him, and I'm not quoting word for word, but we need to get information from him. We need to get, and what I believe they were referring to is we got to get his phone. Later that day, they do bring Brad Holder in on February 17th, 2017. And Brad Holder, in his deposition years later, said, I gave them my phone. We don't have, it would make sense. They got everybody, as I said in the August 1st, 2024 hearing, and I brought in a stack of, I don't remember, it was 106 phone dumps. That's what it was. Law enforcement dumped 106 extracted data from 106 phones. Some of it would be from, Joe Blow from Iowa, oh, my brother walks like the guy and he's, he might have been in the area and we're going to go, we're going to dump that guy's phone. But they claim now that they never dumped Brad Holder's phone. I find that to be just, it's not believable.
I don't believe that either. And can you, because this is something that I've always been curious about, and we were talking about it earlier. As the defense team, are you provided the information of what DNA samples were tested against the unidentified male DNA at the scene?
I don't think that we ever received anything like that. No.
So we don't know, even though they were taking buccal swabs of people, we don't know actually which swabs were tested.
Right. Correct. They took a number of swabs and, and I know this is not the same topic. And I know that I believe I'm sure out there the DNA, there was more that we should have, anybody out there that says, the defense made a lot of mistakes, I would agree with them. Okay. I can make a lot of excuses like this is the most insane case that I will ever be on in my life. I'm dealing with a judge that is, if you paid attention to the case, was doing everything she could, for me, at least in my world, she was creating a lot of chaos that we had to deal with, sideshows that we had to deal with, prosecutors the same. So it kind of takes your focus off of the things that you could have been better focused on, like DNA. We have legal vehicles by which we could have said, test this hair follicle, there's a place out in California that it's pretty new stuff. Certainly every year it gets better and better, but even today they could test the hair follicles. And I don't remember those who paid attention to the trial, Jennifer Auger did what I thought was a good job of deposing cross-examining their expert. And the expert was like, well, we couldn't do that because we had to save the hair. And Jennifer was like, well, when is there more of an important time than to test the hair than right now? We are at trial, for crying out loud. I mean, and so those hairs still are out there. But the DNA testing, we could ask for, we can ask the court for help to force the prosecution and the law enforcement agencies to do the things that they never did. I mean, for example, on my mini opening for the trial, I revealed to the jury, because I wanted the jury to understand how messed up this investigation was. And on the mini opening, I said something along the lines of, there was, a hair found in Abby's right hand that was, it looks like it's around the fingers. I think there might've been two hairs actually, as if you're trying to save your life and you're grabbing somebody's hair. I mean, this is classic stuff you see on television and so forth. And they never, ever had that hair tested. I'm talking all the way up to trial. Think about that, everybody. I mean, when you are the coroner, the joke coroner that we had, and when you call the police after you've conducted the autopsy, or, I mean, I think Liggett was at the autopsy. I think it was Liggett and a couple of other people. When you're there and they're like doing their thing, the autopsy, the coroner or the forensic pathologist, oh, there's a hair here in the hand. We're going to bag this up. You need This is what would happen in a normal world. You need to take this hair follicle sample. This might be the killer right here.
Mm-hmm.
It might be a defense. They might have been fighting for it. And that would have been done in, like, if anybody that has any amount of competency, any level of competency, would have had that hair follicle sample, or the hair, because it was full. I mean, it had the root there. They would have had that thing tested immediately, and then tested it against, a number of suspects to see if it could have been their hair. And they waited and waited and waited until trial. And then when I called them out on it, this is crazy, by the way. I mean,
It's unbelievable.
It's a normal. It's not even remotely normal. And they would finally, because we called them out, much like they went and got Brad Holder interview and Patrick Westphal interview after we called them out at trial. So we're talking about 7 years after the girls, 7.5 years after the girls were murdered, they finally tested it during the trial, and it was Kelsey German's hair. And I'm not casting any, that would have been something to know for depositions, and may have changed questioning at depositions and so forth. I'm not casting any aspersions on anybody, but it certainly opens up possible things to consider.
Did you ever hear? And I don't know how long you have today, because I have obviously a lot of people are throwing questions in the chat.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot. I'm actually prepping for a trial, so I can't be doing this too long. But could talk about it.
I wanted to ask you, through the digging that I've done and some of the docs that I've been able to gather, were you ever made aware that there was a clump of hair found by the barrier at the north end of the bridge?
I don't think I've heard that. If I have, I've forgotten it.
I'll send that to you. It's a supplemental report that I came across. I'll send it to you. But there was a clump of hair at the by the barrier at the north end of the bridge. And what is your response to the state lab stating on the stand that the unidentified male DNA on the girls was more than likely passed through the washing machine?
I mean,
and on top of that, the fact that it's unidentified. Well, if you know who's living in your house, why is it still unidentified?
And these are things, the failures of the defense, maybe to highlight the ridiculousness of some of those points. I mean, some things are self-evident, but test the DNA. Test the DNA.
Test it.
Is it really that complicated?
Going forward, I know that Judge Gall was being very tight-pursed about, when it came to Rick needing to get experts, etc. Yeah. Going forward, would a defense team have the ability to ask a judge, whoever's presiding in the future, can we get our own independent testing done at this? Could the state be liable to pay for that?
Yeah.
Or would it have? Okay. Independently from the state, because I definitely think going forward, I think that we're all kind of like,
we don't trust the state.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want
to
I do not want the state police lab, after Bosnovsky got up and said the things that she said. And, she's never been wrong, by the way. I mean, she said that, made it clear. Everybody in my lab has been wrong before, and they've come to me, but I've never been wrong. It was something along those lines. I mean, this is the type of people that we're dealing with, the arrogance. I've been wrong I've been wrong so many times, and I just, and everybody that has worked in any job has been wrong at some point in time. But no, we definitely need an independent expert. We can all agree on one, maybe. I mean, that might be a way to do it. And I will say that after we complained a lot to Gull, she ultimately was somewhat okay. I try to be fair when I can be fair. The problem with the payments was early on, we weren't getting paid in a timely fashion, and nor were we getting experts and money for experts. But eventually the judge did come around. I did have to pay out of my own pocket, some, thousands of dollars that I never got reimbursed, but that's okay. And
you can't secure experts if you don't know financially what you're working with, what your budget is. So she really would. This whole situation just kind of kept you on your back feet the whole entire trial prep. You guys were.
I don't want to make excuses because by the way, we also have our own private law practices, and while we're doing this, I think everybody needs to understand that I was asked to do this because I had a lot of experience, and I'm at private. Well, a month or so before the trial, right around a month, a little over a month, I tried a triple murder case in Indianapolis. Trying to find the time to deal with all the chaos that was going on in this case, because it's not normal. When you normally get into a case, the prosecutors are easy to work with. Even on that triple murder, they had failed to turn over a phone dump that ended up kind of being important. And they came over to my office and apologized. And I said, I know these people. That was the officer being lazy and he wasn't being dishonest. He just forgot that he had it. And I believe that. And so I give people grace and stuff, but over time, you no longer, you can still give grace, I suppose, but what you can't do is just say, I believe you. I believe this was an oversight. At some point in time, things are not an oversight. And, that the dealing with the chaos as a private practicing lawyer, trying to keep your own work and up to the high standards that normally expect from yourself, but you're dealing with a judge, you're dealing with this prosecutor, you're trying to get evidence. We filed so many motions because they weren't turning over stuff, and the judge just denied the motions. And in a normal world, what happens if you call out a prosecutor for not turning something over? That is like they are ringing the bells, and the judges are like, okay, we got to get these people in here right away within a week or two, if not a day or two. You come in and these questions have to be answered. But with Judge Gold, it didn't matter. We weren't getting anything, and she didn't care at all. She didn't seem to care.
Do you still think that there's discovery that wasn't turned over?
Oh, of course. I keep hearing about this 911 for just as an example. The 911 call that came out at 2:15, 2:30 in the morning, consistent that 2 or 3 women heard blood-curdling screams in the area where the girls were ultimately found. Totally consistent with our theory of what happened, that the girls weren't killed at 5, in the ridiculous story that somehow that jury bought from the prosecutor, that in 17 minutes, Richard Allen abducted the girls, killed them, at least Abby, and put the phone under her body. 17 minutes. And no, that doesn't make sense. And certainly anybody that followed the case knows our theory, and that we believe it happened somewhere, that the girls were taken somewhere else. If they, even were abducted, it's not even, we can't even be sure that anybody abducted them. They might have gone willingly or even expectantly with somebody. Maybe it was a plan. We don't know these things, but certainly the phone evidence shows that their phones were still somebody put headphones in at 5:45 and out at 10:32 p.m. the same day. And there's nothing that says otherwise. And because of that, this blood curdling scream at 2:30 is consistent with when we thought the girls might have come back. And we never got a 911 call. We never got 911 call.
I have been told that call exists. And so back before this case became what it was, or what it is now, in the early days, there's an individual, I can reach out again and see if they can kind of put me in contact with who they know. This person used to run, it was called Delphi Docs on Reddit, back when, instead of it being on YouTube, all of this was on Reddit. And somebody had gotten a copy of the 911 call. And the person who ran that group told me distinctively, yeah, we used to have it, but when the group broke up, I don't know who has the file now. But that is what I was told, that somebody at some point in time had the 911 call.
Well, if we ever had it, it was contained in the 20-30 hard drives. And, again, this is not normal stuff. Here's what normal, good prosecutors do, honest prosecutors do, that don't treat this as a game, or are in it just to win instead of what they're actually required to do is for justice. They're out there for justice's sake. You know, what good prosecutors do, honest prosecutors do, is they come to you and they say, hey, here's some exculpatory evidence. Potentially, I know that you think that something happened at between 2 and 4 in the morning. You may not have seen it. It's buried in disk 8 or in hard drive 18, but you might want to look at this. And people might think, well, oh yeah, like the prosecutor is supposed to do your job for you. Well, kind of, yes. I mean, they're supposed to be looking after justice. So if they ever gave us a 911 in the discovery, it could theoretically be there, but we went through it pretty well. And now with AI, we should be able to actually go through it. The next group of lawyers, whoever they are, and you should be able to find that stuff more easily. But my guess is it wasn't in there. It'd be my guess. And that's a Brady violation. Once they discovered that our theory was that would be one, and start stacking up the Brady violations, because that's just another one.
Right. Speaking of attorneys, go ahead, Questor. Go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, quickie, Andy, you may not like to give yourself excuses, but may I point out that I've never in my life seen a defense team so hog-tied as you two were.
Well, I appreciate that. While I was also saying, yeah, it's super upsetting, but I appreciate that. I mean, I think everybody that was on that defense team, maybe particularly me, have taken this super hard. It's very difficult because, I'm used to being in better control of the environment, not in control so much, but being in a controlled environment, maybe is a better way to say it. And when you're thrown into chaos that you've never experienced before, even after doing this for 30, at the time, I think I'd been practicing 29 years at the time of the trial, and 28 years during the, when we got kicked off and all of that, you just have never experienced that before. And you don't know what to do. And that's at some point in time, that's why I just started filing all these motions, because I was like trying to pepper the record. And then what you're not focusing on is the DNA. You're not focusing on the hair follicle samples that are out there. And you would think those should be easy things to follow on, but we're just like battling over here, and then you're starting to get hit on this side, and you turn around and you're battling over here, and and the next thing you know, it's like trial, and you're like, what, man, there's 1,000 things we could have done. We also were dealing with Richard Allen and his, mental health crisis, and worried that he wasn't going to make it to trial. So
how is he doing? Have you had communication with him?
I do periodically. Probably the last time was maybe 2 weeks ago. And he's such a sweet guy. He doesn't want to talk about him when I talk to him every time.
Really?
He is always asking. He knows the name of my wife, and he's like, how's Michelle doing? He knows my paralegal, Sarah. How's Sarah doing? Rick, how are you doing? Oh, I'm fine. Hey, how is Kinsey doing? Who was a intern working with us. He's the last thing he said to me was, this is in God's time. This is in God's time. So I'm doing the best that I can. He would tell you he's not doing great mentally. I think he still struggles with everything, but he's doing the best that he can. So
are you going to be attending oral arguments?
I will be. That will be really difficult. When we went to the Supreme Court on the writ of mandamus, or the original action for us to get back on, that was difficult. I sat in the front row, and Jerry Holman walked right by me with the Patty family and everything. And, we're human beings. It's hard in this environment. It's hard. It's hard to go through that. And then now you add to the fact, and I guess it can't get any worse than what the reason we were there and what the reason we were kicked off. But at this, the attorney generals, they're the ones that write the response brief on behalf of the prosecution. A lot of their reasoning that we should lose is based upon mistakes that they say that the defense made, objections that we should have made that we didn't make. And I thought Stacy Uliana and Mark Lehman were brilliant in how they dealt with that, because they,
Mhm.
you know, a lot of it, like Quester said, our hands were tied, like, the whole Brad Holder coming to fit into their timeline. We were unable. I did the cross exam of Brad Holder. I thought I did a textbook, what we call impeachment, that should have allowed certain documents to come in, and Judge Gull said no. And they Stacy and Mark, in their brief, they actually pointed all that out in separate, like, this is the first time they tried to get in. The second, and the third or fourth time was the actual FBI agent that could testify to this stuff was in Texas for elections. And all we had to do to get him to testify was by Zoom, because he had an ailment that did not, this FBI agent had an ailment that did not allow him to fly.
Mm-hmm.
And he had key information that would have defeated the state's timeline because of, and I won't get into the weeds on that, but he was an important witness. And the law says in Indiana that if the state agrees to a Zoom, then he can come on by Zoom. If there's good cause shown, then even over objection, the judge can let it in. This is a man's life, Richard Allen. This is an important piece of evidence. This guy cannot get on a plane because the federal government has sent him to Texas to deal with elections, and he can't fly anyway because he's got a heart problem and could die theoretically if he got on a plane. So what do you think normally would happen in a case like the judge said? Normally the prosecutor would say, of course, we're for justice, and if this guy can, then bring him on. Well, of course, Nick didn't do that, which is, it should really upset people. That there's so much to be upset about. That's another thing. And then the judge agreed with him. Yeah, that's not good cause. But for crying out loud,
what is good cause?
There is, this is what we were up against. And again, anybody, and I'm sure that on this, again, I'm sorry, Amy, I sent what you send me, I will watch, because it's important, but I don't get on channels and watch stuff because I just don't have time. And, the stuff.
We trust, we have gone over it numerous times, pointed out how the case was handled, what you were up against, the evidence that wasn't allowed in, even the so-called undoing that was. We just talked about that today because it all falls in line here. The undoing.
That's why I filed the motions that I did in the middle of trial. That they got to say,
what they thought their interpretation was,
and we weren't able to. And I think that was talked about in the appeal. I hope it was, because that's just outrageous. I mean, that opened the door. And I stood up at trial at the end of one of the days, and I said, Judge, you've never ruled on my two motions I filed in the middle of trial, that they've opened the door. They've now offered two explanations. One is it was a covering, which nobody believes. And number two, it was this undoing, which our expert, our expert in ritualistic crime scenes said, no, that's not an undoing. That doesn't even make sense. And yet we weren't able to bring that up. The judge said no, and she didn't offer an explanation why. And so they got to offer their, and I think Nick knew it when he's the one that asked the dumb question, what else could this have been, or something. I don't remember exactly how it went down, or if Holman offered it. I think it was Holman. But they talked about an undoing, and I gasped in the courtroom, like, I can't believe that just happened. They've now opened the door. But of course they had Judge Gull on the bench, so that wasn't coming in. I mean, that's the comfort level they had as prosecution. They were always going to get things their way. I mean, not always, but the majority of the time. And if they weren't, if they were, the prosecution was letting evidence in that the judge thought shouldn't have come in, judge would just look right at him, like, when are you going to object, Nick? And Nick would look up, objection. He didn't even know what he's objecting to, and
right. Well, yeah. Just, it wasn't it. I brought this up earlier when we were talking about, it was Judge, I made it very clear my opinion on Judge Gull. And to me, she might as well have just been sitting at the prosecutor's table instead of up on the bench. And it was even her through email who's made the suggestion, well, you might consider filing a motion, to suppress third-party suspects from coming in. And there's so many aspects of this.
Amy, that thing that you just talked about right there is going, it potentially will cost Carroll County $4, $6, $8, $10 million. That August or April the 20, I think it was April the 26th or April the 28th, 2024 email about 11 a.m. on a Sunday. Hey, I don't know what the defense is doing in terms of how they're defending this guy, but or Richard, but if they're going to bring up a third party suspect, I don't know that I'm going to let that in, basically, because I know what the law says on that. Well, up to that point in time, Nick McClelland had hired his own Odinism expert to try to debunk our theories, which that's the appropriate thing for him to do. But what that also tells everybody is he was not planning on saying that the third party suspect evidence does not come in, that it's not allowed in legally. Nick McClelland never thought that he was going to, or never considered the possibility that he was going to file a motion in limine to prevent us from talking about that until that April 2024 email from the judge, which basically was a neon sign,
a nudge. Yeah.
I wouldn't know. It's more than a nudge for me. It was like, because I called Brad right afterwards and I said, well, if Nick McClelland does not file a motion in limine within the next 12 to 24 hours, I mean, he's more of an idiot than I think he is. And sure, right around midnight, he filed his motion in limine. And here we go. And that's why that might be the strongest issue for the appeal. And had we just gone to trial and the jury heard the evidence the first time, then that's not even an issue. If it gets reversed, however, we're going to have to do it all over again with all the expenses involved. So
Well, I have just, so have you been in contact with Stacy and Mark? You called their filing brilliant. So
yes.
are you optimistic about oral arguments?
Well, Mark was the attorney that argued for us to get back on the case, and he was just amazing at that. And I just talked to Mark yesterday, probably around 2:00, to give him when I thought that I had. First of all, I say, listen, I'm not trying to tell you how to do anything. I just want to remind you of this fact, that I think if they were going to try to pin you in on this, remember this fact. Talked to Stacy. Was this Saturday? I talked to Stacy and Mark yesterday, both on a different thing. And I'm an optimist. Anybody that knows me will tell you that. And I don't think you even need to be an optimist here. I think you just need to be a person that believes in the right thing, believes in people, believes in, that truth will come out. You can be optimistic, but you can also just say, this should happen. Sometimes when I'm having a case or we've lost a case and it goes up on appeal, but let's just say a case, I can know going into trial. I just had a jury this week, actually, that I as I like to say, I got the silver medal on, but there was a confession and it was a difficult case, but we had no other option but to try it. But by the time I got to trial, I said, oh, I think we're going to win this case. And actually the court staff said, while the jury was out, I think you're getting not guilties. And the judge said, yeah, I think it could go that way. Well, we didn't get that. We got the silver medal. But you can, as a lawyer, you can cause yourself to believe I'm going to win this case when you really know that you're not, or that it's not likely. This is not one of those case situations with this appeal. I fully expect to win, and I'm not trying to psych myself up. I really believe that. I mean, I've reread it, and the reply brief particularly is terrific. Like I actually enjoyed the reply brief that Mark and Stacy filed even more. But when you read it, everybody should read it and be like, yeah, there's no way that a panel of 3 judges should be able to read this and come up with a different conclusion. Now, I also have to say, I respect the judiciary, all the things that I have to say, but the reality is I really believe that this is going to be overturned. To me, it's not whether it will be. I'm hopeful that it will be, but also does it look like, because they have the ability to suppress evidence. If they say that the the search of the home should not have occurred. The Franks hearing should have happened, or even yet they have the ability to say, with all the things that Liggett did not tell the truth about or did not include in the search warrant affidavit, that evidence is suppressed, and then they don't have the bullet. They have the ability to say the confession should be suppressed. Not expecting that, by the way, not expecting that, but I believe in it. I absolutely believe that the statement should be suppressed. You know, they sent Rick to this dungeon without a lawyer to fight for him, to say he shouldn't be at Westville, and that it looks a bit shady how that all went down. You know,
it was more than a bit shady.
Yeah, and Michael Osberg did a good job on getting some of that brought out on the motion to correct errors too. So I'm very optimistic. I appreciate everybody's support. Again, this is the first kind of, you know, channel that I've been on that is not. I don't know that Bob's more mainstream. I don't know how to characterize everything that everybody does, but I appreciate the work that you've done, and your knowledge of the timeline is going to be useful if you allow us to get into your, you know. And I know that sounds weird for people that, oh, how can lawyers not know that? Well, I don't know how. I heard you say earlier that you don't sleep. Well, you must not.
I don't.
You have knowledge.
Yeah.
And you're actually a better resource than a more quick resource. Now, I know there's other things out there that people have told me about, Delphi Docs being one of them. Some lady that I can't remember her name, but they just have all this institutional knowledge. And
well, I've always been, and Delphi Docs is great for what I try to do with when after Rick's conviction. I was kind of like obviously very distraught, and what can I do to keep this case in the forefront? Because I knew I followed enough cases I knew the wheels of justice, they just almost come to a screeching halt. So I came up with the concept of the Delphi Vault, which was going back to the very beginning. New people have come in to show interest in the case, and they're coming in at different points. So I felt, number one, going back to the beginning, starting there with everything that I had or I could find, and start moving forward. And what turned into something that I thought might last a month or two, 5 or 6 episodes, we are now over 50 episodes of the Delphi Vault. And I've collected, because I have discovered that what we are seeing online back in February of 2017, people had no idea back then where this case was going to end up. When you've got people claiming that they saw photographs of Abby on the bridge and 2 men behind her, and that photo has disappeared from the internet, you're going and look at where we are now. And you've got Cecil claiming there's photos that's not in the phone. You know, you have to put some credibility there. So I've started collecting and keeping all of this stuff together to where I do believe that what was being said, the rumors that were infesting the community, there's truth there. And that is what I've tried to do to bridge the gap between the conviction and where we are now. And that's why we did the marathon, is because we were bringing in the third party suspects all into focus over these last 4 days, to kind of remind everybody what was on the table that wasn't allowed to be put in front of the jury. Yeah. And whether you believe in the Odinist theory, or you think Ron Logan, or you think this was a drug revenge crime, every aspect of these people, these groups that you can actually point the fingers to, when Judge Gall says there's no nexus, there's no nexus to Rick Allen, and my brain immediately goes to, I can't think of a case off the top of my head. Maybe you can, Andy, where ballistics were used in a trial where a gun wasn't the weapon.
No, yeah, I maybe never has that happened. So it's, when the jury, I try to be patient and understanding of people, and I really do. And that's what when I'm frustrated with the jury, because I do think being at the trial, I thought there was reasonable doubt. I really do. But but at the same time, I also understand that when you have two, beautiful dead girls that were, by all accounts, living a good life and trying to, um, find their way at that age that's so fun and joyful. And they had the last few minutes or however, I mean, maybe hours of their lives were just taken away from them in a brutal way. You want to fight for them, and you want to fight for your client, and you just want truth. And
Right.
that didn't happen here because we weren't allowed to provide the jury with that information, and the jury had a right, and they should be angry. The jury should be very angry that they were deprived of all the information. And I hope that someday when this is all over and Richard Allen is out, and the real people that were involved in this killing or actually did the killing are in, that those jurors can come out and say, I am angry now because you caused me to have a vote on a man's life, and I voted wrong because you wouldn't allow me to hear all the evidence. And I hope that happens someday. So I'm not mad at the jury. People ask me if I'm mad at the jury. I have been. I mean, but then I can point the finger at me, because there's a lot of stuff that we could have done. And so.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, guys in the chat, I know you guys have questions. I will email me your questions, please. Andy's in trial prep, so I'm not going to keep him because we probably have over 50 questions. I do have email them to me. Maybe I'll put them in a PDF and send them over. And if Andy ever has time to read through them and pop in some answers, I can read them off here on a live.
My law partner is probably ready to shoot me, frankly, because we've got a big trial in a week from Monday or Tuesday, and she's probably, I said this will be 15 minutes, so.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Well, last question. Just going back to the crime scene really quick. Osbrook wanted to know, he put it in the chat, and I will answer I will ask Osbrook's question. The sticks at the crime scene, do you know if they were ever weighed?
No.
They weren't weighed.
They weren't weighed. No, that's a really interesting question. The sticks that they didn't collect, I don't think they were ever weighed. That's a really good and interesting question. The other thing that I found out at trial, actually, I'm kind of embarrassed by, is there were sticks, and it looks to me arranged, like if you see the sketch that came out that the state actually introduced, there were sticks in blood found at the feet of Libby. And it looked to me like they were in some type of arrangement. And I never even focused on that, not in the Frank's memo, not in any subsequent memos, and not even at trial. And I don't know how I missed that, but I did. And I think that was part of it somehow, there it is.
Yeah, the bottom.
The bottom. And our expert talked about blooding runes, which, that means that you're putting blood on runes. And that looks like that is what that could have been. Last thing I want to say, by the way, just because I think this is interesting, is, the tree where the F tree is, and you can see that kind of in the middle there up at the top. The most recent thing that happened, if you looked at the record, or if you're paying attention to the chronological case summary online, is for some reason the appellate court's exhibit of 3 different exhibits were not able to be opened. They were corrupted files or something. And one of those 3 exhibits was of this Fort Wayne Odin, Norse pagan heathen ritual in Fort Wayne, Indiana. The video taken by Brad Holder. Brad Holder, at his deposition, in April of 2024 confirmed that he was taking the video and Patrick Westphal was there. And when you watch the video, and I think it's out there online, but I could be wrong.
It is.
You know, if you please watch that and just see how, and I'm not trying to cast any aspersions on people, whatever, you live your life and do your thing. But just as a visceral kind of watching of it, you're like, okay, that's just weird. Hail load, and these people saying hail load, and in light of the fact of what the crime scene looked like. And then at near the very end, you see Patrick Westphal touching the tree, doing something.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the F tree, somebody marked that tree. I mean, it's clear. I think it's very clear. They tried to claim it was a handprint or some jive. I mean, it's
not.
It's so dumb.
Andy, I will send you. I've got. I don't know if you're aware, but Quester Quester is very well versed.
Oh, these are so great.
In the I will send you Quester really quick. Tell him again what you are trained in. It's theology and some other things, and I can send you. I don't know if you were aware that Brad Holder on his Facebook, February 5th, 2017, claimed to be the Gothai of their
Asatru
group. And he was passing that priesthood over to Patrick Westphal.
Right.
And the symbolism at the crime scene has many elements of a ritual that could be viewed as Patrick Westphal coming into his own as a priest. I will tell you,
I would like to find out more about that, especially should I get back on the case, and I will plan. If I'm not, then I will help anybody else. But I will tell you right now, just looking at these things that you got on your screen there, those are, people are moved, juries are moved by exhibits that show that they can look at and they can see with their own eyes. And these, I've other people, I think you have sent me things through the email that are just terrific, demonstrative pieces of evidence for a jury to view that really open up their eyes. Like, wow, okay, now I really see it. And some of these things, even like if you look at the way that Odin in the upper left-hand corner there, his leg is bent. Now it's his left leg, and it was Abby's right leg. But that's nice to see it that way. I think I had that in the Frank's memo at least. But yeah, those exhibits, that's another example of things that the people out there have put together, things related to the timeline. I think you've done that where different people were at different times and all that stuff. We failed as defense lawyers in terms of demonstrative evidence, pieces of evidence that you can show the jury that they can take back to the jury room, and it causes the necessary doubt that should have existed in this case. And that's just another failing. And I've said that could be a very huge thing that the people out there that are content creators and support the content creators with their own, their own ideas. And you know what? I'm at the point right now where I don't really care if people say, so you're dealing with all those crazy loony people. Yeah, there's some of them are, but the vast majority that I've, communicated with me on my through email and I've talked to people on the phone and so forth. They're nice people. Some of them are a little out there, but some of them, like you and a number of others, are just so knowledgeable and it's almost embarrassing. Like when I'm talking to you, and we've talked a few times over the last few months, I'm somewhat embarrassed that I'm like, because you're like, well, what do you know about this? I'm like, no, I don't know about that. But you have found somehow these sources that give you information, and we need to take advantage of that. So that's one of the reasons I'm on here, and I'm not going to apologize for coming on here. I don't know what you said in the past. Somebody will probably, did you know that she said this or that in the past or whatever? Here's what I know. You're trying to help Rick Allen out. And that's what I know. And I appreciate that. And your people that are watching you, they're trying to help Rick Allen out, and they're trying to find justice for those girls as well. And they're trying to, turn around a system that needs to be turned around, at least in this case. And I appreciate that as well. And that's why I'm on here.
Do you see Osbrook?
We're the treadmill pattern, or the treadmill and the footprints at the crime scene. So, no. And again, by the way, Osbrook is I think obviously one of those guys that knows, I mean, an insane, crazy amount. I don't know. You guys need to have a contest about who knows more about timeline and comes up with great ideas. And I think that's from his training, and what he's done in his professional career has solved problems for people that have been and exonerated people. And that probably causes his brain to be in a little different place than even trial lawyers' brains are. So I appreciate his passion and hard work too, because he's an amazing brain. And I hope that again, we can all get this figured out and be working on the same page. It's hard to do. It's going to be hard to do once it gets reversed, if that happens. I've talked about getting everybody in a like, I don't know, hotel or something, and then like dividing up into what everybody's passionate about. These people are passionate about the timeline. Even the timeline can be broken down into subsections about the car. People are like, no, that's not his car, or whatever. There's people passionate about the bullet. There's people, the magic bullet. And getting these people, because we lawyers could then go into each and just learn stuff. And I know, again, that sounds crazy. We do know a lot. I don't want to sound like I know anything, but I don't know as much as collectively as everybody does. And everybody's got a little different passion about a little different thing. And so,
I think what we do is, I guess I would consider myself a YouTube creator. That's not what I thought I would be doing when I started my channel. I started my channel for the Ashley Garth case, just trying to, because I've been working with Ashley and Ashley's family for 4.5-5 years now. But I think it's the way of the future, because while you're doing what you do as a lawyer, you're working on multiple cases. I technically have limited myself to strictly Delphi on my channel. And so that's my focus. That's what I do. That's what I do all day long. And I mean,
well, you're like a free expert. You're like a free investigator. You're a free investigator, essentially. And it's stupid for us not to take advantage of it unless you're totally crazy or something. And you might be. I don't think you are, but you could be. But, we've had some people that are a little bit nutty and, but by all accounts, for me, you seem like everything you're saying is logical. You're not over the top. I like what you got going on. Maybe I'll find out differently, but others are out there too, doing the same type of thing.
They are.
Yeah. I don't want to just like give you all this credit.
No, there's
everybody else out there. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I definitely, I support the other creators in the community. I'm constantly preaching to the choir about why, I'm not going to get involved in the drama. I try to stay, I don't frequent other channels. I stay right here and focus on what we're doing. I have a great community here. I never have problems really in my chat at all. And we're here for the right reasons. And that's all I could hope for. So.
Yeah. And I know Natalie was on there. And like I said, I think I don't know. I think I said it. I had lunch with her just because she was interested in putting this together. And I wanted to thank her for doing that. And I loved her style. I heard her interview, and please, everybody, can you be civil and nice? There is no reason to be cussing and putting stupid signs out. That does not give anybody credibility. What gives credibility is sticking to the issues, sticking to the lack of due process. And when these other people come up and yell at you, if that happens, I hope it doesn't, just sit there and take it. It's not, not worth it. We're on the right side of this thing, and you don't need to get on the wrong side by acting like a fool, and I don't think anybody would do that, by the way. I'm not saying, but it's easy to get, everybody can get suckered into an argument with somebody that's an idiot. You don't you know, they're an idiot. Just let them be an idiot and move on, walk away from them. But, you know, if you know, and I support both sides, whoever, I hate even that there's sides on this. We should be one side for due process. I hope that there's people out there that say, I believe Rick Allen is guilty. That'll probably be edited in a way now, by the way, that Andy Baldwin said that. But that if there's somebody that out there and says, I believe Rick Allen is guilty, but I also believe in due process and he didn't get a fair trial, that would be a fine sign for me. I would debate you and say you're wrong about him being guilty, but I 100% I'll put my arm around you and give you a hug for wanting due process. So.
Well, Andy, I won't keep you anymore. I appreciate you popping in. I thought maybe it was Saturday and you would be off, but no, you're not off.
No, my partner's I'm gonna walk in there and she's gonna just like, I'm gonna have to go buy her dinner or something. So we're good. We're good. Our client's gonna get great representation, and I don't, this hour or however long it's been is not gonna. We're pretty good and prepared, but we over prepare. So that's what I'm going to get down to business on that case. And just again, thank you to everyone out there that supports Rick, that supports Abby and Libby, that supports finding the killer, and that supports due process. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy, very much. Have a good evening.
Take care.
Thank you, Andy.
Wow.
Nice guy.
He is. I wasn't prepared for that today. I had sent him an email earlier in the week and let him know what we were doing and if he had any availability and wanted to come on to let me know. And he texted me while we were sitting here. So yay, that was good. That was good. And I'm sorry, guys, I didn't pound him with questions. I just at the moment, I don't think that with oral arguments coming up, there's a whole lot that needs to, having him put his opinions out there in the atmosphere when we don't know where this case is going in the future is, I'm trying to protect, what I feel is right. And I just didn't want to do that. If you email me your questions, I will pass them on to him. And I knew that he was in trial prep. He's been in trial prep all week. So, I hope you guys understand, and I love you, and I thank you all. And Quester, I am definitely going to give him your email because in the future, if he needs it, I will provide him your email because I think that you would also be if it goes back around and the Odinism stuff is involved, you would be a very good person for them to consult with on the meaning of the rituals and the runes, all of that. So.
Yeah, but they really need to get an expert in America that they can use in trial.
Right.
But
okay.
Yeah, I'm into the long haul, so whatever it takes.
Me too. So let me see here. I'm not reading through all of these because some of them are kind of foul. So this is all of the communication from Patrick Westfall's ex-wife, to be clear. And they're talking about, basically the extent that Patrick was willing to go, the extent he was willing to go to become a Vinlander. And, the different organizations, that he was involved in leading up to his wanting to be involved with the Vinlanders. You've got Firm 22, you've got the Mongols. There's this, there was a white supremacist group that he was a part of that changed their name a couple of times. She discusses that. She discusses the type of people that Patrick would associate himself with. This guy right here, David Jeffrey, I think it's Hindley. He lived, I believe, on the same street as Patrick Westfall in over there by the Flora house. And him and his wife were arrested for doing some very sick things with an infant child. and were selling. They were displaying it. I believe they were live streaming it or photographing it, and people online were paying for it. And I don't know if you guys have seen the picture of this guy and his wife, and I think it's Brad and Patrick that's there, or at least Patrick. She was ripping the fact that these are the type of people that Patrick sees no problem in hanging out with. What else here? Oh, I did have it in here. There it is. Patrick Westphal and Brad Holder and the husband and the wife. And this guy was also sending Patrick Westphal images. And the ex-wife says, he showed me that David Guy was selling videos of his kids, even the baby. Let me see here. She said Pat changed phones after a month after Delphi. And yes, I'm not going to say her name, but Murky Mir, who, when this was going on, we were communicating, and Murky Mir did make sure that Andrew Baldwin got all of this communication. But she said Pat changed phones a month after Delphi and switched vehicles 3 times within months of the deaths. And she said he bragged about them dying. Let me see. I watched it. So this is her talking about the Flora fire. Excuse me for you. I don't know if can you read the screen, because I don't want to say the word. God, he called those babies inlets. You can that he referred to the Flora girls, and she said that he watched those babies die. He bragged about them dying. Said that's what they get. That's what they get. Bigger mom selling food stamps. Less in words to worry about. He said something about the girls getting in a fight with his daughter, but I brushed it off. I seen him once in a while when he lived there. And then she sent the dash cam footage. She said Patrick was driving a dark blue pickup. It was nice, mid-size, extended cab. Let me write that down. It's been a while since I've been in these files. After the news part, it shows the video in the totality. If you watch that, you might see something. And he was friends with the property owner that lived right next door. Effing full body goosebumps. I'm watching it too. It shows him again at 15. Oh my God, I can't listen to this. This is horrible. That's the ex-wife saying that, she believes that's him on the dash cam walking across why the house is on fire. She said, Pat wasn't fat back then, and I can show you pictures. I thought it was meth. Pat's house used to be in Pat's house used to be in Lafayette Cook before he got with me. And the house in Flora was owned by the same guy Pat rented off in Delphi. Okay, so that's where I got my wires crossed. I knew that he was affiliated with a landlord. I thought it was the one that he was living in. It must be the one that owned the Flora house, according to the ex-wife. And the house in the Flora was owned by the same guy Pat rented off in Delphi. That's why he never had to break the lease. Pat has done that twice, moved from Flora to Delphi. He was asked if he ever dealt with Derek German. And I think she said she don't know. And she says Pat was like a cult leader to Fields and Holder. Oh, and I know for a fact Brad and Pat did not get in a fight and split. And Square Meringue, which was the one conducting the interview on here, She said, yeah, that was my next question. She says, I have seen them together in Pat's yard. Pat did eventually have a hard-on for Brad's son, Logan, called him the P word because Logan wouldn't fight, got so bad at Pat, stopped letting Logan come over. He made Logan leave while Brad and the younger son stayed at Pat's house. She was asked, where do you think they would have carried this out? Do you think they lured them in with Logan Holder, or was he catfishing them? She said, I thought for a while Pat did have a shed in the backyard, big enough to fit 5 people in. The question was asked, was he friends with Ron Logan? Where the girls were found? She said, I don't think he was dumb enough for that. Pat spends loads, and I do mean the most amount of time in those woods. He camped out there alone with the kids and with Rachel, the latest ex-wife. She was Chad Kellerhall's wife originally. She was in the club before Pat. And she says she believes that Rachel is the one. My screen's covering it. Wait a second here. She goes on to say that I think that Rachel is the one who posed in the picture that Brad posted. She said, I think that Pat met Ron and Richard at JC's bar, and the question was asked, Richard Allen, ? And she said, yes. And she said, damn, okay. She said, Pat had one of those breathalyzer things in his truck. I had to take him to pick up the truck at JC's bar because the breathalyzer will flatline your truck and won't start for 12 hours. She says, dumb enough to kill them in the shed. I think they practiced in the shed, is what the ex-wife said. She said, I know Derek would have been the best of friends in Pat's eyes. That's right up Pat's alley of association. But she never says if that Pat knows Derek or not. And then she's asked about when they're in the woods. So she goes on to describe the area in the woods. So this right here on the screen, you can see North Trial Street, which is directly across the street from from Canal Park. She said, I know Pat was camped out wherever the waterfall, and I've seen pictures of this waterfall, I just don't know how to get to it, of this waterfall out in the woods. But then I got to thinking, further behind Pat's house, it follows the bank of the canal. It used to be a docking point for the old canal system, and I found it odd. The direction he was camping out was the same as this canal. Only locals know where to find it because it's so old. Yeah, it's kind of catty corner from the CPS building and the school. And she says, OF, I just realized how close they were to the location. It's walking distance for sure. We talk about it. She talks about it some more. I've already showed those. She says that Pat has a type of girl. And she sent a picture of the little blonde girl. And she says he likes them young and fragile. Pat molested his last girlfriend's daughter, like literally seconds away from caught in the act. Let me see. She said, honestly, everyone knew Pat likes them young, except the women Pat would date, all with a blonde daughter that fit his liking. I'm almost positive he was essaying Rachel's daughter too, but she was only telling CPS about the abuse, not the sex stuff. This was during the Delphi murders. Now, Remember I said I was going to circle back around to an incident that happened outside of the courthouse? Critical thinker was outside of the courthouse during the trial and encountered a man, and they got to talking, and come to find out this man was from Rushville, and he explained why he was there at the courthouse. And he said because he was affiliated with the trailer park where people that were involved in this group, this Patrick Westfall group, so you know who the Rushville people are: Ned Smith, Rod Abrams, Johnny Messer, Elvis Fields, and that he was a physician, and he moved. Thank you, Four Pits. And he moved, and after he moved, his wife went to get the mail. I mean, like literally within days of them moving and being completely moved out and into their new home, he received a letter in the mailbox. Not like, I don't think it was like stamped and delivered by postal service, but he received a mail in the mailbox. And the letter said, and the letter had a lot of rune, like Norse pagan rune drawings on it. And it says, I'm giving this to you because I know that you will do the right thing, because I can't. And in the letter, it said who was responsible for the Delphi murders. This person did go to the police with the letter. He had a friend that was in law enforcement, and he said the friend looked up the letter, the name that was in the letter. And I guess this person was a very bad person. And this person also had recently moved to Delphi because he had broken up with a woman because he was accused of molesting her daughter. So he drove all the way up from Rushville to be in Delphi outside the courthouse during the trial to see if this man that was named in this letter was lurking outside of the courthouse. And he also stated that Carroll County Sheriff's Department was contacted about this letter, and they never came and picked it up. Kayla says 123 watching and 98 likes. Only 98 likes? Are you guys kidding me? Come on. That's not nice. I don't know if he was. And I guess that would determine if I don't know. I mean, but remember I said that when Pat did his interview on Sleuth Intuition, in the chat, there is a girl that a woman comes into the chat and why Pat Westfall is being interviewed. She's in the chat telling everybody this man was dating my mother and was essaying me, and she's the child. I don't, it's, everything in this case stacks. It's one thing after another. And how much more foot pounding do you have to do for, us to go, this is real. This right here is a real possibility, but so are the other third-party suspects. They're all real possibilities, and none of them were thoroughly investigated. Oh, okay. So also sent me names to Carroll County. The names involved, so twice they were told. There's somebody else in the chat who knows what I'm talking about. And you know what, Indy Cindy, I don't even know if it's a matter of being outsmarted. Was it being outsmarted, or was it being let off the hook? Because I am almost positive that these types of organizations also have law enforcement connections. So protected. Yeah, absolutely. So, guys, Quester, do you have anything to add?
Not a lot. I could have one thing. Andy was asking about that large timber across Libby.
Yeah, Michael did. Yes.
Michael did, yeah. I was wondering about that quite a while back. So I went out and cut some wood that size. I cut one that was still green and found a piece that had been dead for a long time. The one that was dead for a long time, I could pick it up myself and I could manage it. The green one, get out of it. I had to struggle to pull the thing up and I had to drag it. Looking at that picture, I don't think that's a long dead piece of wood. Do you?
I mean, I don't think so. And you can't even, and I'm sure Michael was asking for a reason, because I mean, the leaked crime scene photos, the pictures at the top are kind of, the girls are fully in the photograph, but that large branch that's over Libby's left arm extends beyond the picture. You don't know how big it is.
The point is, that large one, either there's a long drag mark where somebody dragged it, or at least two people carried it. And there's no report of a long drag mark.
No. You wonder, well, and I mean, I can't even tell if it's a branch, like a big branch that, either in a storm, it, lightning struck and it fell, or what it is. I've not seen the full crime scene photos. So I don't know how big it is. But we know that they did eventually go back out and collect the sticks. But yeah, Michael wanted to know if it had been waived. Are you, AK, Radar, are you talking about Burris? Just the leaked crime scene photos, not, okay. Oh, really? That Krista Burris was hanging with that group? You said, Stephanie says that Patrick Westphal had Sleuth Intuition take those videos down. Huh. I bet he did. So, okay. That's what you were trying to send during the power outage. Okay. Yeah, guys, if you haven't hit that like, subscribe, or even share, even now, share the video because someone can catch it on replay. Well, that is it for the marathon. We've made it. And Who's Your Daddy says, Amy Quester, thanks. This was some of the best work I've seen the last few days on this case. Well done. Thank you very much. Thank you. And it's definitely a team effort. I do not take all the credit here. Quester and I, we lean on each other, and I even will at this moment go back and say that Fungi did do her part along the way, and it was unfortunate that we had a falling out. I have no hard feelings, but I will give her credit as well. The work that we've done, I hope eventually packaged with a nice bow will serve its purpose one day. And I'm not done. I won't be done with this case until Rick is either free or gets another trial and would be reconvicted. There's still work to be done. And I know Quester feels the same way.
Oh, yes.
Yes. There's lots of work to be done. So I will probably not be online for the next couple of days. I I need a couple of days to be able to function here in the house, and I'm still recovering. Luckily, I know a lot of people think I'm overdoing it, but I've been sitting. I sit all day. So I am trying to take care of myself that way. And the sleep, whether I was on the laptop or not, I just don't, my brain's on 10. And to be honest, guys, since I'm off, when it comes to, because normally I'm short on time. That's why you normally only see Quester and I maybe once or twice a week. But while I'm off over the next several weeks, I want to take advantage of it. And you will see us again. So thank you, Quester. You have gutted it out with me. I didn't anticipate you being here the entire time of every single day of the marathon, and you were. And I know you've got a life to live as well. And, you know, guys, Quester is 5 hours ahead of us. So when he stays on late with me, it's really late at night for him. So Quester, I appreciate you so much. And I hope you know that.
That's okay. Couldn't leave you here on your own, could I?
No. No, and I want to say thank you to all of the people who decided to pop in for Pits. That was amazing yesterday. Chris Todd, America Betrayed, Andy Baldwin, Natalie. I mean, guys, I'm so grateful that I feel like it all timed itself out perfectly. And to end today with having Andy Baldwin on and you guys getting to hear from him, that's just complete icing on the cake. So thank you very much, all of you, especially my mods who have stuck it out with us as well. I don't know how today. Yes, I mean, you guys, I rely on you, and I don't say thank you enough. And I'm going to have to do something special for you guys because I do rely on you. I don't have to worry about my chat getting out of hand. You ladies do a phenomenal job, respectfully and professionally handling the chat. And I think that you've got everybody, I do get a lot of compliments in the chat about how, what a breath of fresh air the chat is. It's a fun chat. It's a nice chat. I even had people say, you have such a cute chat. And I give all of that credit to my mods for doing what they do. So it is definitely a group effort here. So with that being said, happy Saturday. I'm going to go get something to eat, and I'm going to let Quester go. And all of you guys, if you have questions for Andy, email them to me, and stay tuned because we'll be back. We'll be back on sometime, probably a little bit later this week, but we all need to get some real life work done. Thank you guys so much, and we will see you later.
Bye, everyone. Bye, Amy.
Bye.